Rumble YouTube family, y'all know what it is. Y'all know what it is. Welcome to True Word Tuesday. Joining me, Ironwork 92,000. I'm in the house. Welcome, welcome, welcome. So we finally here on Tuesday. We just saw each other's on Friday, and then I think we saw each other again on Saturday. I don't even know. These days just like they just run together. But anyway, welcome to Tuesday. Tuesday, today, tonight, whatever it is, wherever you at, that's what it is, right? So today or tonight, we got quite the lineup, man. We got quite the lineup tonight. First off, how was everybody's weekend? Let's see who's in the house. Before I start kicking off any kind of craziness, I want to see who's in the house. Who is in the house? Who's in the house? Four Jacks, what's good, homie? It's good to see you, man. Osoyo Swan. All right. I'll address that here in a second. Ida Hill, of course. Okay, I was gonna say I thought my internet froze up. You know, it wouldn't be an Ironwork 92,000 without the internet frozen up. Ida Hill, how you doing? How you see you? It's good to see you. All right, all right. Shannon Emerson, always a pleasure. Always a pleasure. And it's man, 2 straight weeks. Shannon, man, Shannon, I know you. Tiffany Vinci, like Da Vinci. Tiffany Vinci. How you? Oh man, Chris Getz, what's good? Chris Getz, what's good with you, man? Y'all know I gotta have bad internet starting out. It's full in here tonight. Hey, we got Mr. Warrior. What's good, man? It's good to see you, man. So it's almost like I'm watching an episode of The Simpsons. You know what I'm saying? I see the same people all the time, every day. And if it ain't here, it's someplace else. It's like it'll be on David Weiss's channel, it'll be on Bro Sanchez's joint. And you know, speaking of Bro Sanchez, he had a really interesting show on tonight, man. I don't know if y'all have been I don't know if you guys are unaware of who's involved in the news these days and what's been going on. But apparently P. Diddy is on them streets. He's on like everybody's lips these days, man. And I honestly I'm like, man, whatever. To me, I'm like, whatever. That shit, I don't give two fucks about that. You know what I'm saying? I don't really watch the news like that. I don't really watch listen to the music these days. I think it's trash personally. Well, not music, but a lot of the hip hop and no, I just don't do it. And he's involved with a lot of craziness, man. With a lot of craziness. And you know, it's sad because all the stuff that he's involved in, it's like he is like the linchpin for much of black entertainment when it comes to like hip hop and R&B. You know what I'm saying? Especially like in the early to mid 90s, actually throughout the 90s into the 2000s. That was like P Diddy, Puff Daddy and all that, right? And so he had a lot of people in. He was mixed in with a lot of he is absolutely just he is. And from what I'm hearing from him, Shannon Emerson, this dude is just he's just all over the place. And in jail is one of those places that he's all over right now. And I'm sure somebody's all over his ass right now. But yeah, just the stuff that he was involved in, just the debauchery and the just the shenanigans. I'm like, God, dog, man. Allegedly. So so here's the thing. Every time I say it, it is the truth, right? So apparently he got picked up by the feds, right? And yo, real talk, if the feds got you, you got like just if somebody comes to the door and it's the feds and it's not to wish you good morning or to drop the mail off or some shit, you just need to ask them if you could get your shoes before you leave. Okay. Because whatever the fuck they got you on, you got. Like that's it. They got your ass, right? And that's that's another thing that I'm afraid of, Shannon Emerson. This is what like, okay, so let's talk about what he's done. Apparently, he's done a lot of shit, a lot of shit, ranging from, probably, snatching somebody's money, physically harming somebody, to actually having people killed, right? And these are allegations I'm sure they're putting out there about him and everything else. And these are heavy, heavy, heavy allegations. There was one, I forget her last name, Hispanic female that he was heavily involved in. And I'm not talking about J Lo either. But here's the thing. Now you got to look at a couple of parallels, a couple of things going on. Uh, Ben Affleck used to be married to J Lo. Now I know. Now I sound like a total freaking dweeb being all up in the damn celebrities behind, but just hear me out. So Ben Affleck was apparently married to J Lo, and then he wasn't married to J Lo, or he was with her, and then now he's married again to her, but now he put in for a divorce. He's getting divorced from her ass, and I think a lot of it may stem from the afterwash with the whole Diddy situation, right? Apparently, there was a sex tape between him and J Lo, and just all kinds of crazy shit. And Ben Affleck, he had his trials and tribulations and shit that he had to deal with the alcoholism and stuff, and probably thinking that he was getting on. And then this shit, this shit with Ben Affleck and so he's like, nah, I don't want none. Anyway, trying to make a super long story super condensed. I understand this is a flatter channel, yes. But there's people and then there are conditions of people. And this is why I think discussing this whole P. Diddy thing is kind of important, right? He's an entertainer. As of late, we've been discovering a lot of truths about where it is we live, the people we live amongst, and what's around us, right? About our environment. We're starting to learn, and we're learning fast. As we learn, we're starting to see patterns. And these patterns, they just these things just keep repeating themselves. You know what I'm saying? So it's not a surprise that this is happening in the of Hollywood. But mostly it's a little bit more intimate with me because P. Diddy's a New Yorker, that he's black. And here's one thing that a lot of people I don't think are really paying attention to, right? Seeing how fast and how easy P. Diddy is getting in trouble. Now they're talking about taking all his money away. And Bro Sanchez brought up a really, really good point. And this is a channel that I've been, scoping out recently, right? Sanchez and like kind of mimic his voice and shit, which I'll get to in a second. But he brings up a good point, man. Just how much influence and play money has on people, but not just any people, but mostly on black folks, on us, right? You see in our community, and look, it is what it is. I'm gonna call a strike and a ball every time. Shout out to Willie D. I kind of stole that from him. But as I was saying, you see in our community, um, a lot of the, taking money out and flashing it. I got these Benjamins. I got these Benjamins. I got, taking out a bunch of damn George Washington bills and just flashing them, a bunch of dollar bills, right? Like you're at the strip joint. But for whatever reason, we've idolized money so much, right, as a people. But it's not for whatever reason. Let me take that part back. But as a people, it makes so much gosh darn sense, right? So check this out. So as a people coming up in the United States, right? Not all black people are poor. I'm not saying that. Not all black people are broke. Not all white people are rich, and not all white people are middle class, right? So we kind of meet in the middle somewhere. But the thing is that black folks tend to not make, and that's just how it is according to the numbers in the country, whether you want to believe them or not, black folks tend to not make as much money as our white counterparts in the United States. It is what it is, right? We could blame it on white supremacy. We could blame it on systemic racism. We could blame it on a million things, right? The numbers still stand as they are. Now, for whatever reason, as we're in a position, in the position that we are here in the United States, you have to think, how do you influence a people? How do you influence a people? I'll stop it right there for a second, as that's the question. And so you influence them with money. You make them feel as if they're important with money. Not saying that other people aren't like that, but it's kind of accentuated more in our community. Now, Bro Sanchez, if you watch my shit, I think that's dope. I think you need to be on his channel so we could chop it up a little bit. But I'm not trying to steal from his content, but I'm just trying to kind of elaborate on what it was he said. And a lot of what he said was really deep today, right? And like it makes absolute so much sense. Um, just the amount of respect that a lot of many of our more prominent figures in the black community would have no longer have, because they don't have money anymore. And because they got no money, they lose respect amongst their black viewers, right? Their black followers. That's what it seems like, at least. Another one, it happens to another one, R. Kelly, right? And these guys end up going to jail. And it's not to say that they're going to jail for shitty reasons and it's just because they're black. No, no, no. They actually commit crimes. And so they do the crime, they have to do the time, especially when the feds are on your ass, right? But it just shows, like, just how lost we are as a people. And it's not, now here's the crazy part. A lot of people say it's just black people. It's not just black people. I think it's kind of seeped into other communities, right? The world. No, no, half warrior, you're right. You're right. Absolutely right. Federal Reserve notes, man, they mean nothing. But to people at a low vibrational state, money means everything. Money is everything, right? But here we understand that money is, so the world at large, what do we all have in common? Music, style, and ways we communicate and what we find pleasurable and how we talk with one another oftentimes, right? So when music comes around, some kind of hip hop, some kind of R&B, and B, and some kind of like dance, some kind of movement, you know what I'm saying? And so that, how we dress and how we style and how we present ourselves to kind of look bad and kind of look macho and tough, right? You want to have that kind of, a lot of folks, I'm not saying, I don't do that because I think that shit is corny. But a lot of people do that, especially in foreign countries, do that whole gangster type vibe. They try to have that black gangster from the US type vibe. And I think it's kind of whack. But it's funny. But I find that to be almost like a way of endearing us. But at the same time, I'm like, that's not a good habit to have. I don't think. I don't think that's a good habit to have at all. But the thing is that our culture rubs off on a lot of people. It just does. It does. Whether it's a good culture or a bad culture, it's that we've had, and it's rubbed off on a lot of people, right? And so part of that is the whole taking out the bands. You know what I'm saying? You got like 50 bands in your hand, and then you just waving them and shit in front of everybody, and you're like, look at me, styling, styling, right? And then This wouldn't be an Ironworks production without bad internet, y'all. So yeah, I'm frozen. I'm unfrozen now. So yeah, so I don't have any moon because it's raining like a mug out here. You know what I'm saying? It's raining crazy. But even with the kids seeing us and the kids seeing how a lot of what the culture does, um, what if they're not properly educated? And then this is what they think is cool. It permeates itself, and then this is how us as a people, this is how we're seen. This is how our youth is seen, right? And a lot of people outside of the community thinks, "Oh, this is cool. This is the cool way to be. This is how you get girls. This is how you look good. This is how people respect you." But now somebody like P. Diddy is at the forefront of all this. You know what I'm saying? Now I'm not including things like gangster rap from Ice Cube and all that. We keeping them out of the conversation. We're talking about P. Diddy and those that follow him, which he had a big group, big old entourage of people. I'm sure there were the Jay-Z's, there were the Diamond Dames, Dame Diamond Dash, whatever his name is, the Buster Rhymes. Like you could go through a whole litany of rappers and hip hop artists that followed P. Diddy, right? And so there was a good chance they got mixed in with a lot of his debauchery and craziness. There was a pastor, TD Jakes, TD Fakes, or TD Snakes that got involved with him, right? And so all these people of prominence, these people that you never would think would cavort with the likes of P. Diddy, especially knowing what kind of history that he had, but they are. Why? Because they think the shit that he does is cool. Listen, listen. If you want to go out and you want to do some weird shit with dudes, that's your fucking prerogative, right? Do that on your time. Don't freaking force people to do that. If they want to, if they're down and they want to do that shit, fine. That's your prerogative. You take that shit somewhere else and you go do that. All right. If you want to go around and do some nasty stuff with some women, then you take that stuff. You go along your merry way. The problem with this is when you start involving money, you start involving drugs, you start hanging opportunity, right? This is a contract. And in order to sign this contract and make a lot of money, you're going to have to you're going to have to do some stuff that you otherwise wouldn't do, right? And so this is where he is now. But it's not just, here's the crazy part. Here's the crazy part, and I think this is what I think this is that he's almost like Jeffrey Epstein. But Jeffrey Epstein, I guess you could say, for young people, because even though this is a polarizing figure, P. Diddy is, right? This is no different than what Jeffrey Epstein did with those politicians. Only difference is it's just a different flavor of gum, that's all. Just a different flavor of gum, excuse me. Mm. So Jeffrey Epstein did it. And they made sure they locked his ass up and they killed him. I feel that P. Diddy may suffer the same fate, except here's the thing. There is no loyalty amongst disloyal people, and none of those people are loyal, whether it's on the P. Diddy side. But one thing that's consistent is that in the black community, you're going to get nothing but black people for the most part getting in trouble. But who are their agents? Who are much of these people's agents? Who's handling their money? Who's getting them involved with upper echelon people? Who's pushing these things along? I'm not saying it's any other, it's a different group, but who's doing it? You never see these people that get a lot of these other folks in Hollywood, whether it's in Hollywood, whether it's in sports or some other form of entertainment. These people that are helping these guys get this money Oftentimes, they're part of the synagogue of Satan, and they never, ever, ever get in trouble. They never get caught. They never get in trouble. So here's P. Diddy sitting there twiddling his thumbs in jail, right? And he's wondering, like, damn, um, how do I get out of this sticky situation? Because they're going to take his money. So all of his money from 2012, 2024 to 2009, they're going to take all that shit. You know what I'm saying? So now he's stuck at a place like, now what do I do? He's probably going to tell, right? And yeah, no, that's it. Yeah, three-letter agencies use criminals to do the things they can't get. Exactly. It's all connected to that synagogue as well. All the same. It is. It is. Unfortunately, like you really can't fuck with those dudes. Unfortunately, you just can't. You can't. Like when people say, "Oh, it's what you call it, it's making a deal with the devil," or it's the devil, not the devil that you know, the devil that you don't know, the lesser of two evils. It's like it's evil anyway, so why are you going to partake in it? Be like, this is big death, but this is small death. Like, no, you're going to die anyway. Why are you partaking in this stuff? Why are you involving yourself with the same crooked people that have gotten countless others? Like, here's the crazy thing. Like, if you guys go back in time and you look at a lot of these entertainers and sports figures and singers and actors, a lot of them had these synagogue of Satan people as their agents, right? Only to find out that these guys have been taking their money and fucking it off the whole goddamn time these people have been out entertaining. Case in point, one of the more recent ones is not Salt and Pepper, TLC. TLC was broke. TLC was broke. And a more prominent one that everybody knows because they made a movie about it, um, NWA, ninjas with an attitude problem. If you know what I'm saying. Not necessarily ninjas, ninjas with the G, right? With an attitude problem. So NWA had the same thing happen, and it was the same key players doing the same fucking thing. And these guys do it all the time. So what winds up happening is these entertainers end up getting mixed into some old nonsense. You don't think those, do you not think that these people handling your money don't have somebody on the inside of the judicial system or or one of those fucking agencies, whether it's here or in the Eastern Med? You don't think they, this is what I find bizarre, that you're gonna cavort with these evil imps. These people are imps. You're gonna mess with them. They're gonna fuck with your money. You're gonna introduce them to what it is you got going on. They're gonna see it. They're gonna tell other people that you don't know, and then they're gonna fucking keep an eye on you. And then they're going to keep taking money from you. They're like damn vampires, dude. They're going to be keep sucking money from you, keep taking, taking, and then it's going to get to a point to where you won't have. They're going to get you with the whole, oh yeah, and by the way, I know you've been doing these kinds of things on the side, so if you fuck around and do this still, guess what I'm going to do? I'm going to turn you in. I'm going to turn you and your whole operation in. And now you're like, oh shit, this dude's been spying on me the whole time. Well, yes, you stupid motherfucker. Yes. Yes. And let me tell you something. We easy targets. Black people, shit. Easy, the easiest fucking targets. Because we got eyes on us 24/7s anyway. So when P. Diddy's coming around there doing this bullshit, it's like, motherfucker, how dumb can you be, bro? Like, you, even if you was in Africa, you couldn't get away with this, man. What makes you think you're going to get away with this in America? What makes you like you could a billionaire, a black billionaire is the same thing as a black dude with $100. That's how insignificant black money is in this country. I'm sorry to say, I know it's a shitty thing to say, but I mean, just look at what's going on. Just look at what's happened. Just look at history. Just look at history. You could have $1 billion one day and then turn around and you got 100 million the next. That's how these motherfuckers get down. Oh, Pharrell too. Pharrell. Oh, another one is what's his name? Another one is what's his name? Usher. Usher out there doing these no good evil things, man. And so now you got to bring it back and bring it home. When you drive it home, you see that these guys are involved with the politicians as well. They're involved with these people, and so this is how what's his name street. You vote Biden, vote Biden. You want to know why he said vote Biden? Because those motherfuckers had his nuts in a goddamn vice grip. That's why. They had his balls in a vice. They had his balls all up, twisted up. And then the thing is if he spoke out of turn and started saying oh, black people need reparations, black people this, black people that, man, they would have smited his ass a lot sooner. But they ended up, he was useless. And this is the thing that these people do, especially the black people, man, is as soon as they finish using you, they break you. You're useless tools to them. They break their tools when they're done using them. They break them. So now P. Diddy, they saw his ass up the river. You know what I'm saying? They saw him up the river. So don't be surprised. And even Cat Williams came out and said, "Oh, y'all motherfuckers, y'all get to see all these motherfuckers are going down. You understand?" You know what I'm saying? So you get to see Cat Williams be honest. He's real with it, right? So these dudes are going to come out, they're going to get caught out there, and this is the truth and the revelation that a lot of people have been talking about. But I think that's just the tip of the iceberg, to be honest with you. I feel that's just because you got motherfuckers like Tom Hanks, you got motherfuckers like Charlie Sheen, you still have motherfuckers out there, all these entertainers and everybody, but we know who they are. They're the same people. You know what I'm saying? It's the same people doing the same fucking thing. And their time is running short. This is why we want these, like last week we had that British dude that came out and said he'd like to see more celebrities talking about the flat earth. Well, maybe they would, right? Maybe they don't care about ridicule, but you have to think about the shit that they've done in the past that they're afraid of being dropped to the rest of the public. Kind of like this shit with P. Diddy, right? If a lot of these dudes came out and said, "Yeah, man, the earth's flat, this, that, and the third," somebody's gonna, one of their agents from the synagogue of Satan very well could come out and be like, "Oh, yeah, by the way, man, we saw you sucking a fucking," yeah, I'm not even gonna say the rest of what, but we saw you being a Pedialyte. We saw you being a Pedialyte, dude. We saw you taking somebody's whole foot up your ass the other night and liking that shit. You know what I'm saying? So I mean, these guys are afraid of the spillage of all the shit that's going to be spilled out there. And what sucks is the government is so well intertwined with what Hollywood and these entertainers are doing. So these entertainers are some form of tool, but if too much information gets leaked out, like their cover is blown. The government's cover is absolutely blown. And this is something that I've been saying for a long, long time. But for whatever reason, American people, I think people in general, I'm not just going to say American people, but American folks just can't seem to come to grips with our government is part of the entertainment industry. The three-letter agencies are heavily involved with our entertainment. And because the entertainment is what shapes how you think, believe it or not. How many times have you been out there doing whatever? Anything you do, you could be out there, pushing tires because you busted a tire, and then now you got to push a tire down the road, right, to get it replaced. And then you're getting tired. They tell you something as simple as use the force, use the force. You could be out there wanting to call your house, and then you're like, oh no, I gotta call my house. And then you call your house, and then you're like, hey, phone home, daddy, phone home, daddy, phone home, ET phone home. Use the force from Star Wars. Anyway, basically what I'm saying is that the entertainment is it's a significant part in our psyche and how we live. Like just our small day-to-day conversations might be made up. Probably 40% of our conversations are made up of shit that we heard in a movie, of one-liners or two-liners or a series of jokes. You understand what I'm saying? Coming from the movies. This is how heavy this is how much these people influence our lives as Americans. I'm talking as Americans, so I'm keeping it here. You know what I'm saying? It's even crazier if they can reach people in other countries the same way. You understand what I'm saying? So if their cover is blown, the people in Hollywood, oh, the government is like fully exposed. The government is absolutely exposed. So this is why these are so well paid. Oh, so well paid, man. They're going to have their handlers bail them out. They're going to have the government bail them. The thing is, as soon as they start going rogue, what happens? The synagogue of Satan starts saying they're crazy, everything else, and then things start to happen in their lives. People start to go down and die that they may know very well, that they're very close to. Family members may go, and then ultimately they're sacrificed. They're dead. And there's so many times that so many people that came up that said they were going to spill some secrets, they were going to say some stuff, and then they wind up dying. You know what I'm saying? So many times that we hear of this, so many times that this goes down, and then we're just left with our heads in the fucking smoke, only to continue, life as usual. Because we don't know. But here's the thing: that even if this information came out, what are we gonna do? Not us, right? Of course, we're gonna speak about it. We're gonna change our lives accordingly. But what is America as a whole? What will they do? Say they found out that P. Diddy was out there in the Oval Office doing the nasty with the president, right? What are people gonna do? They ain't gonna do shit. This is how, the corruption is it's so profound and it's so deep in this country. It's all fucked up. So when we see these celebs getting in trouble for the shit they're getting in trouble in, the damage has already been done. This is what you have to realize is, yes, they're caught, but the music, the poison that they fucking put out in the music that's already been put out in the airwaves, the people that they did dirty, the people that have died because of them, the people that have been full on traumatized, right? And they're afraid to talk about it because they're afraid of losing their money because of them. And it's wild, man. It's wild that you have to hear this, but it's the truth, right? So you have all these dudes talking about, and somebody said it, but I've been saying this, right? Because I get a dude, this one dude that I used to work with, right? This absolute useless dude would come up to me and be like, "Hey, man, for $500 million, would you suck another dude's?" Mm-mm. right? And I'm like, no, I don't give a fuck how much money. You could give me 500 quadrillion dollars. I know there ain't no such fucking amount of money like that, but I don't give a damn. I was like, I don't give a damn how much money you offer me. I'm not doing that shit. That shit's fucking disgusting. I don't give a fuck. You know what I'm saying? Yo, that's just how I get down. I don't care how much money it is. I'll make the motherfucking money. You know what I'm saying? Now, here's the thing. A lot of people think I'm stupid. A lot of people think I'm crazy and think I'm missing out on opportunity. Listen, I've done crazy things already in this life, right? And I've nothing like that, nothing even remotely close to that, but I've done enough crazy stuff in my life, okay? I don't need to be going out doing some nasty shit because, like I said, you could build 100 bridges and be known as the biggest and best bridge builder in the universe. As soon as you suck one dick, dude, you're now considered a dick sucker. All those bridges you built is all for naught. Absolutely fucking doesn't matter. You're now a dick sucker. Congratulations. Take your golden dildo and go suck it somewhere. You know what I'm saying? That's what you are now. So it's like that. Plus, it's disgusting. Plus, it's no. Like, why the fuck? Like, no. Now, if you said somebody like if I had to beat up Whoopi Goldberg or something like that, then I'd be like, you're gonna have to up the ante on that. Maybe a 85 gazillion dollars. I'll probably have to do that with some old Whoopi Goldberg or Oprah Winfrey or something like that. You know what I'm saying? That's a tough one, man. That's a or Carla from Rhea Perlman or some shit. Oh my god. Anyway, I'm just playing, y'all. No, shout out to them, man. Shout out to them. What's funny is Rhea Perlman, not Rhea Perlman, but Oprah Winfrey and Whoopi Goldberg are both left-handed. And that's a surprise. That's crazy, isn't it? But no. Anyway, folks. But they say those things, and then I'm like, yo, for all that money, I wouldn't. But there are people that are actually put in those kinds of predicaments, right? Predicaments, pun intended. Boom, right? I'm here all week. Anyway, so they're putting those kinds of predicaments, but it's like they'll say all day, I wouldn't do it, I wouldn't do it. Soon as you flash that money in their face, boy, they're like, shit, man. They're like, well, I do have a car note that's getting on my nerves. And it's like, oh, you're compromised. They got you. Oh, you nasty son of a bitch. Right. And so that's how people get down, though, man. Nobody thinks of, hey, man, I'll just make the money. Nobody thinks of that. Case in point. Case in point. We just had something go down a few years back. Did we not? We just had this fucking people say everybody wants to be the fucking hero. In every movie, everybody wants to identify with the hero. Everybody wants to identify with good. Everybody wants to identify with righteousness and doing the right thing. I get it. I do all the time. But reality versus the movies, obviously two different things. This fucking shot just came in 2022 and stuff. Motherfuckers was pet. Motherfuckers was mad pet. Petro, right? Petrified over this fucking shot, having to get it, having to not get it. And then the crazy thing is that Rethink Inc. What's going on, homie? It's good to see you, brother. And the crazy thing is that all that shit that you spoke, all those times that you said, I'm not going to do it, I'm going to hold it together, I'm going to hold it down, I'm not going to get that fucking thing. Man, push came to shove, and they said something as simple as, you know what? If you don't do it, you're going to have to pack your shit and go home, and you're getting fired. Whether it was the right thing to do or not, whether it was legal or not, because it's ill fucking legal, and nobody's taking goddamn that woman in the damn White House right now up to task and mentioning her whole fucking freedom of choice. Well, that was a freedom of choice, was it not? Now, I'm not trying to get in a pot at all. I'm just saying throw some bullshit in her face, right? Same with the other dude. Throw some bullshit in his face too. But that's freedom. Was wrong or you chose right. People, we had a choice. We had a choice to make. And a lot of us didn't choose right. A lot of us did not choose right at all. That was a test. That wasn't a test of the emergency broadcast system, but that was a test. And a lot of people failed that test, unfortunately. A lot of people failed. That goes to show you how deep the corruption is. That goes to show you how well that these guys in the elite have been working on our minds, and everything, all the time that they've invested, all the monies that they've spent was money well spent, because people en masse fell for the hook. They fell for it. And a lot of well-meaning people. I'm not saying that you're a bad person because you did it. I'm not saying that. But a lot of well-meaning people felt that their backs were to the wall. They felt that even if they were right, they had to do what their masters said. And they fucking did it. Think about that. A lot of people did it. So it's not just, so when I say much of what P. Diddy's done, it rubs off not only on the black community, it rubs off on everybody in the world. Everybody's suffering because of this. Everybody has suffered because of, if you think about it, just think about it. Take a step back and think. Everybody suffered because of this. You know what I'm saying? Everybody has, because when that test came, people failed. Now, if people knew that there was a most high and that the most high will provide, man, even when shit is hard, he finds a way because you find a way, right? Prayer without works is empty. It's dead. And so if you push and you push, God just sprinkles that little bit of dust on you of luck, man, and then shit happens, right? Whether it's good or it's bad, things happen. He prepares you for what's to come, right? That's just how it is. It's just how it is. But you got to be willing to do the work. A lot of people they got scared, man. Man really did a number on people. And this arrest of P. Diddy is like clearly showing that. Now, I know I sound like I know I sound like I'm preaching right now, but I want us to like understand, right? That this isn't just an entertainment thing. This is also a social. Yeah, let's see. You suffered because of the musicians on the Epstein's list. You see? Look at that. A lot of those guys, they're not working in our interest. They're not working in our interest, man. It's crazy. It's crazy. A lot of these people are not working in our interest, and they're out there doing this craziness. And now, but now they're getting caught. But there might be a new breed of people out there doing shit like this. Hey, I am Wilson. How you doing? I am Wilson's alive, y'all. I am Wilson's alive. Then Rethink Inc. They all think that they could gain favor with evil. Evil will just exactly. And see, this is the thing, man. Evil will use you, throw you under the bus once you've outlived your usefulness. Exactly. They break their tools all the time. So selling out is useless. I think when we teach our kids something, like as far as having a moral compass, right? Go, no go criteria, things that you'll do, things that you won't do, right? I have a core set of beliefs of things that I shall not, of my own core beliefs, not even what the 10 Commandments got, my own, right? That are shall nots. These things shall never happen under my watch with me. And if I ever see somebody else doing them, we got problems, right? So, from my core beliefs, these are things that I won't ever do. I wonder if this is something that a lot of parents are I know this is something that I would teach my girls, right? I'm like, listen, these things as a human being are extremely important. You must hold them near and dear to you. And nothing should get outside of that, right? You should never let go of these things. And you should never give them to anyone. You need to hold on to them as if your life depends on it, because it ultimately it does, right? Your life and your livelihood, it does. And so seeing these dudes go up Shit's Creek, man, I'm like, you know what? They exactly just like Just like you said, Rethink Inc., just like Rethink Inc. says right here. Evil, once evil is done with you, he casts you aside. Done. And then once he casts you aside, the wolves are sitting there waiting for you. They are sitting there for you. And they will not be nice to you. They'll be sitting there waiting for you, remembering of course, y'all know what it is, man. My internet be acting wild as fuck, but we back. So yeah. So here we go. Here we go. Here we go. All right. So tonight, I know I'm talking a lot of craziness, but just bear with me, family. Tonight, we're here to discuss the Antikythera mechanism. And I just had to kind of talk on that, y'all, because this is something that's just been going crazy these last few days, man. And it's going to get even crazier because here's the thing. A lot of entertainers are going to be getting thrown under the bus, man. You're going to see a lot of people getting in trouble. And it's going to be a free for all. Mm, mm, mm. Anyway, but yeah. So what I wanted to discuss was the Antikythera mechanism, right? Just the other day, we had Vika Drazeef. If you don't know who Vika Drazeef is the creator of the Flat Earth movie called The Mechanical Realm, based on the Antikythera mechanism. Now, the Antikythera mechanism is obviously, if you don't know, I'm just going to give you guys a short and skinny of what it is. It is a machine, right? An It is like an astrolab on crack, okay? That predicts where the solar bodies are and a million other things. But apparently it seemed that navigators would use it. And they found it between the island of Crete, no, between the islands of Antikythera and the island of Kythera, which is northeast of Crete, right? In the Med, next to Greece, part of those Grecian archipelago island and stuff. So they found this device. They went ahead, they cleaned it up, and then they figured out, and they found this device early in the 1900s. They figured out then exactly what the device is. We learned, they just taught, not taught, but they just divulged to us what the device was and what it did. Here's my theory. I think I think that these people knew what the Antikythera was for a long, long time. And it wouldn't surprise me if they don't have a model of the Antikythera sitting somewhere in the Vatican that we don't have access to. But now these scientists were given the green light to go ahead and divulge this information to us, the public, and this is what we've got now. And so, without further ado, I'm going to present a little bit of the Mechanical Realm. If you haven't seen it, we're going to break it down. We're going to watch a little bit of it, and we're going to talk about it tonight, okay? So where am I at? I'm over here. That's where I'm at. I'm going to present to you, without further ado, that rhymes, The Mechanical Realm, family, by Vika Drazeef. And here it is. This is the beginning part right here, so let's get into it.
Up until 500 years ago, it was commonly accepted that the Earth was the center of the universe. Every culture and religion had our world.
There you go.
Why is this subject so taboo? Up until 500 years ago, it was commonly accepted that the Earth was the center of the universe. The sun and the moon revolved around us in the sky, and we lived on a stationary, flat Earth. Some of the oldest books in existence, the Torah, Bible, Vedas, and many ancient texts, even describe the Earth being flat and immovable. Nearly every culture and religion had its own mimicry of this belief to varying degrees. There is a Vedic map from the 1900s that illustrates a flat Earth with other Earths around it, which are hidden by ice walls. There are so many stories that are there to show us that questioning the globe theory is actually a valid thing to do. One that scientists should embrace, not ridicule. So, why does this area of science have so much negative stigma attached to it? To question the heliocentric model, the theory that the sun is the center of the universe, and all its relevant theories that help to back it up, can bring responses that range from complete ridicule to utter horror, as if you are akin to a Holocaust denier.
Family, and make sure to sub, like, and share this content as well as a Flat Earth Realm, because this is free from Vika's channel off of YouTube. And make sure to show him some love and sub to Vika Drazif's channel, y'all. So let's get back into it.
No one wants to be ridiculed, and they definitely do not want to offend to the degree this topic can bring. There is no reason for the scientific community to see the topic as ridiculous. Scientists are seriously trying to prove and or disprove so many things, even the existence of the Creator, and strangely, no ridicule is seen there. So why the flat Earth? We don't know. Maybe they protest too much and maybe they are hiding something. We won't know until the flat Earth community can be taken seriously and intelligently. That is not too much to ask, is it? The globe has been flooding our consciousness since the invention of the silver screen and later the television. The globe Earth is seen on film logos, food advertising, and airlines, just to name a few. Science fiction novels, film, TV, and comics all continue to bombard us with planets that are immeasurably far from Earth, all globes, all hurling through space and time. We have been inundated with the globe since childhood. We are taught it as a fact, when they fail to tell us that it's still just a theory. As is gravity, relativity, wormholes, black holes, string theory, etc., etc. All these ideas have had to be theorized about to try to make sense of the globe and its relation to its environment, the universe. A psychologist will tell you that if someone repeats an idea or a phrase often enough, it becomes a belief that is very hard from your psyche. This is part of the process of what is commonly called. No one wants to admit they have been the victim of brainwashing, but unfortunately, it's a very common effect used on the human mind. From advertising agencies to governments, schools, religious cults, and many more areas of society. The field of behavioral science is being used.
You know, Rethink Inc., that's exactly what I said in Lucius. He's an old world show guy. And I said, yeah, I've said the exact same thing. I said, I think they burnt the Library of Alexandria down, but obviously they're not going to get rid of all those. They're not going to just destroy all of those good pubs. They took all those pubs, pillaged the place, and destroyed it, right? Left no trace of it. Brought everything to the Vatican. I absolutely agree with that. Vatican Rome didn't fall. It became the Vatican Catholic Church, death cult church. Okay. They made being a denier of the World War II. Yeah, totally. Didn't happen as stated over 35 years. I'm pretty well versed in the matter. I've forgotten more. Yeah. I agree.
Used to make people change their ideas about so many things. We see changes in how society sees religion and medical procedures, such as abortions, gender realignment, to name a few very current cultural changes. 100 years ago, these things would never have even been heard of and would be seen as terrible. Is it a natural evolution of society, or does society have its mind changed down? It doesn't seem so strange to consider that the heliocentric model was a programmed idea to change the role of humanity as a special creation on Earth to nothing more than meaningless results of evolution, from a random, meaningless explosion floating on a blue speck in an ever-expanding universe. There are many scientists that have spoken for or have had their theories used to create the heliocentric theory. From Isaac Newton, Johannes Kepler, and Albert Einstein, and promoted today by modern mainstream scientists like Neil deGrasse Tyson, Stephen Hawking, Bill Nye, etc. These theories are promoted by the mainstream science community as fact to keep the population on their spinning ball. The modern scientists' names are given almost rock star status, and they refuse to acknowledge that there is a debate to be had with the flat Earth community. The flat Earth community is portrayed by mainstream science as cult-like and ignorant, when in reality, the opposite is more than true. A typical flat Earth proponent will have been brought up to totally believe in the Disney-style globe just like everybody else. They usually have the ability to use critical thought and see new information as a reason to get excited about exploring the possibilities of holding a new idea in their minds. They hold the value of scientific reasoning as central to their ideas. They are good at researching and evaluating their research to the extent that, despite not being university graduates in astronomy or astrophysics, they can be seen as an expert in these fields as they have spent many years studying them. It's very hard to find someone who is brave enough to stand up and say, "The Earth is flat," who hasn't done hours and hours of research to back the statement. One of their belief system, because, simply speaking, it is looks so idiotic. They have we get asked and simply listen to the ideas and choose whether it's for you or not. If we don't give another's ideas a chance, we could lose our freedom of thought, simply because we have been encouraged to think something was stupid. No one should be told what to think. It's always ours to choose. Well, you are in for a surprise. Flat Earth science, research, and experiments are based on logic and truth, not pseudoscience. Be prepared to have your mind blown.
Now here it is, family. Now here's the part. This is the part I just kind of want to. That was the soup for the mind right there. That first part was the soup. Right here comes the main course. So here it comes, y'all.
"2,000 years ago, a shipwreck created a time capsule, hidden beneath the waves, untouched by time. The secrets it held would challenge our understanding of the past and reveal the incredible ingenuity of our ancestors. Journey with us as we dive into the depths of history, uncovering the enigmatic ancient marvel that defies the limits of its time. Rediscovered a century ago by another shipwreck, nature seemed to guard its secrets, preserving a device that would rewrite our understanding of ancient technology. The mechanical realm beckons us to unlock its mysteries. Through history, archaeology, astrophysics, and astronomy, we embark on a quest to decipher the intricate workings of the past.
Hey, Mr. Warrior, you have a good night, homie. Have a good night, man. Be easy. Okay, back to the show.
The pieces of the puzzle come together as we explore the convergence of art, science, and philosophy. Prepare for an extraordinary journey where hidden truths come to light. The secrets of the mechanical realm will redefine our perception of history and reshape our appreciation of the past and shape of our Earth. Get ready to witness the unveiling of the extraordinary, a geocentric, stationary, flat Earth working model that has defied the passage of time.
So, according to the historical accounts, Greek sponge divers stopped close to Antikythera, a tiny island in the Aegean Sea. Back in the 1900s, an underwater suit consisted of a thick, heavy suit and a large metal helmet with glass windows. Fresh air was pumped into the helmet through a pipe by someone on the boat.
It's a dive suit, man.
So
Come
one
on.
man descends, looking for Sponge, but Surinov comes back up horrified, ranting about the pile of dead bodies he had seen on the seafloor. So the captain went down to take a look for himself and discovered that these were not dead bodies, but ancient bronze and marble statues. It turned out to be the discovery of one of the largest hoards of ancient treasure ever made. The artifacts that were found on board this old wreck are today in display at the National Archaeological Museum of Athens. One of the artifacts looked like a strange cracked rock and was put aside with many other pieces. And it wasn't until the 1950s that someone noticed inscriptions. According to recorded accounts of the time, this appeared to be some sort of clockwork device that simply shouldn't have existed in the ancient world.
The Antikythera mechanism is an ancient computer. It could accurately calculate the motions of the heavenly luminaries. It's only built with metal and wood, and it doesn't use electricity. Predicting the patterns of what we see in the sky above us requires some sophisticated calculations, and it's already been done in Greece 2,000 years ago.
Hey, it's Aloha from Florida.
This ancient computer, this ancient machine, is only about the size of a shoebox. And inside are dozens of interlocking gears, and on the outside, on the front and the back, are several synchronized pointers. And it was built by someone who could decode the solar system by a hand cranking.
What's a more better-advised ways of building a machine precisely mimic this behavior? It also reveals a far greater mastery of complex miniaturization of mechanical devices than anyone dare to think existed in ancient Greece and Rome around the 1st century BC. It has sparked the imagination of thousands of anthropologists and historians as to the many secrets that may yet remain in European history. The mechanism's calculations are when the gears could
Now, this is the crazy part that I think about this damn thing, right? We're being told about one way in which yeah, so we're being told about one way in which this Antikythera mechanism functions. When in real life, seeing how things have played out over these last few years, like anything they tell me, I couldn't even tell you. I don't even know. Yeah, yeah. Rum Ham Solo, what's happening, homie? What's happening? Yeah, I know. Even with this Starlink. Well, it's raining right now too, so. But yeah, it's crazy because Mr. Super Sidewinder, what's going on, man? Good to see you. Because even if they say, hey, it could do this, it slices and it dices, I'd be like, but what else does it do? It slices, it dices. What else? Does it wash dishes? Does it drive the car? Does it answer the phone? What else does it do? You know what I'm saying? So I think it's incumbent upon us as a team that for all of you guys that are in it, like the reason I'm showing this is because we have a project on hand that's about to begin very shortly. And then we're putting basically the Fellowship of the Rings together over here. There you go. I'm getting my nerd on over here. So we're putting the Fellowship of the Rings together. I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to drop that link in the description box just so you guys could see it. Right. And it's going to be up there at the top so you guys have access to it. But we're putting this team together so we could rebuild the Antikythera mechanism. And this is something that Vika and myself, we went ahead and we spearheaded. And we got the team so far. We're building it still. And the guys are just on standby. and we're just waiting to get the rest of the bodies, which I'm talking to you guys right now, right? You get in where you fit in. You don't know what talents you have until your feet are put to the fire. So we're putting our team together. We have who we have to build the actual machines, but it's also ideas into how it gets presented, if that makes any sense. Let's continue with the movie. Me stop off at my gum.
Power from this gear is variously reduced or enlarged by subsequent connected gears to produce the motion of different objects, including the sun, the moon, the planets, and the constellations. In order to achieve this, a dazzling display of mechanical workmanship was required.
Everyone today is familiar with a digital computer, a machine that deals in ones and zeros, a few million at a time. But have you heard about analog computers, or perhaps not as much as you probably should have? An analog computer is a computational device that uses mechanical principles rather than digital maths to make calculations. You may have seen one or two in your lifetime, like a wind-up or a clock, for example. Quite how long these devices have been around is debatable, but most agree that the first analog computers, mostly astronomical clocks, were first invented in around 14th century. That was until one discovery in 1901 near Antikythera in Greece that changed our understanding of the history of computers forever. How is it so shocking that nearly 70 years of mainstream historians and technologists dismiss either a fake or a fluke? That was until one group of dedicated researchers unrevealed its mysteries and proved that the ancient Greeks did indeed possess complex analog computers of their own. That's nearly a millennium and a half earlier than we thought.
There it is.
Dr. Derek Sala Price of Yale University was one of the first to bring the ANTIKYTHERA mechanism's true historical significance to the public's attention. Price is a pioneer, and we all owe him a great debt of gratitude, because for the first 50 years, scholars, scientists, and historians will have a really hard time putting the pieces of this puzzle back together. Price was the first person to examine the device carefully enough to have a basic understanding of what its true capabilities really were. And he said that this was as spectacular as if we had opened King Tut's tomb to find decayed but recognizable parts of a combustion engine. And because it was too far out of the seriously about to get to the therapy before Price. Scientific historian interested in the history of scientific technology, he set out in about 1958 to examine the Greek gears to determine just what they were used for. He noticed that the front dial was divided into 12 sections when he sees that Eli is printed on one of the sections. Eli is the Greek word for Libra. And then further around the dial, he notices two of the letters for the Greek word for Virgo, leading Price to conclude that what he was looking at was a representation of the 12 zodiac constellations. And though there are a total of 88 constellations noted and recognized today, they were all documented 5,000 years ago in Mesopotamia. But 12 and the stars tell us the time of the year.
It preceded such like gears by more than 1,000 years. With this ancient
Now, the one thing that's eluding me, the one thing that is eluding me is that based off of what we can calculate ourselves and what we could see, is that we have 2 extra days every month. The moon cycles for like 28, 29 days every month, but we're given 30 days, 30, 31 days, except for February every month, right? So we have these like 2 days, 3 days extra, 3 extra days every month. And it's like, what do we do with them? These are extra days. These are like leftover screws when you buy some shit from IKEA. You put it together and you think you put it together the right way, but you got these extra screws that are like supposed to be accounted for. They got to go somewhere. That's kind of like how these extra days are for the months. And so it turns out that there is an extra month. There is there was an extra month, a 13th month. So when I hear of, okay, it accounts for the 12 months, this is for the 12 months, that's for the 12 months. Well, what about these 13 months before this calendar all went to shit? Before they decided that when I say they, like, listen, we're learning new stuff all the time. So they could be anybody, right? So who's science, I guess you could say. When I mean science, I'm talking about the people that put our damn or just so leave you with empty space. I don't know, there's a structured time as we understand it now. 13 moons of 28 days, just like it shows on the back of every turtle. Wow. 13 moons of every 8 days, just like it shows on the back of every turtle. This I've heard before. That I didn't know, though. I didn't know if that was real. I have heard that, though. I got to look into that. The back of a turtle, 28 days. That's weird. That's weird. And that's strange. But it is what it is. If that's how they counted the days, 13 months, 28 days. And just look at the back of a turtle. Damn, man. So, wow. Donatello, Raphael, Leonardo, and Michelangelo, they must have been like 4 years. So if all four of them, okay, so four turtles, one rat. Wow, that's weird. That is weird. I'm gonna have to do some research on that. Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. Let's get back to the movie.
Ancient Greek device is now known as the Antikythera mechanism, in honor of the land where it was discovered. Even today, more than a century after its discovery, scientists are still studying it to comprehend what it does. Switching gears is a difficult task, but our world would be very different without these gears and the people who have the patience, knowledge, and understanding to make them. So during the Industrial Revolution, they were the driving force behind the development of the factory machinery, which made assembly lines possible. Without gears, there would also be no trains or automobiles. Prior to the discovery of the Antikythera mechanism, the earliest complex gear trains were discovered in European clocks around the 1400s, when the Middle Ages were just giving way to the Renaissance. Although this ancient Greek computer is 1,000 years older, it contains gears that are just as complex as those found in medieval clocks. In our modern times, you will still find gears in grandfather clocks, analog watches, looks, and in telescope focus adjustment.
One of the intriguing things about the Antikythera mechanism is how they considered carefully how to make it both small enough and functional. X-rays of the crusty metal shows 6 smaller gears attached to the main drive gear, known as a gear train.
There it is.
So you have a 64-tooth gear moving a 38-tooth gear, moving this gear, moving this gear, moving this gear, moving this gear,
It's reduced.
achieving the same ratio of 254 to 19.
There it is.
The discovery that the sun and the moon orbit the same points in the sky is attributed to a Greek astronomer named Meta. The Metonic cycle is deeply ingrained in the mechanism. It is 254 tropical months and 18 solar years, which is the amount of time it takes to around each other. To think about this and to see how a ratio of a large gear with 254 teeth and a much smaller gear with 19 teeth. 19 turns of the large gear makes 254 turns on the smaller gear.
Yeah, that's right.
It's essentially simple math, so the division can be broken down into chunks instead of done all at once.
Gear wheels and the gears are very visible on the X-rays. This could represent the sky at any given time, or used to determine a date from a specific rotation of the luminaries. With just one button,
Jesus.
you could reduce all the movement of the visible luminaries, the sun and the moon. The device is a miniature mechanical representation of the cosmos. Scientific astronomy at the time of Antikythera had been established for a while. They knew precisely the cycle of each of the luminaries, including the issue of the offset between the lunar and the solar calendars identified by the Greeks.
This is what I think is fascinating about this Antikythera device. So this is stuff that people built back then. They built this thing. This is just what blows my mind. Now, when I say back then, how far back? I have no idea. Is it true even that it was that far back? Like they say thousands of years BC? Who knows? At that rate of, I guess you could say, of decay, or that rate of, growth on it. What if it was a couple of 100 years? Who knows? What if that thing was just a couple of 100 years old? And this is stuff that they either forgot about or they just flat out won't tell us about. Like, who truly knows? That right there, family, is the Telegram link. I'm going to go ahead and hold on. I'm going to put that, hold on, put that full screen back first of all, but I'm going to pin that Telegram link at the top. Boom. There it is. So there goes the Telegram link, family. That is the Telegram link to the project. That's the Telegram link to the team. So if you feel so inclined, you want to get in, it's right there, baby. It's right there. Get in, make do, right? Make do with your time. Get in with us. You'll find your place. I promise you that. You will find your place. But right there is the link at the top of the chat box. So let us continue. Angela Carson, baby. How you doing, girl? Good to see you. Yeah, old world before the reset. Old world before the reset. And there's so many crazy things that are coming out about this old world that like, I don't even know where to begin. I don't even know where to begin because now I feel extra stupid. I feel normal stupid, on regular days, but like now I feel like, damn, I really don't know anything. Like they're showing me stuff. They're like, oh, this is in downtown Brooklyn. And I'm like, that's downtown Brooklyn. And then they're like, oh, apparently this building is this years old. I'm like, what? What's crazy is that it's like I take this information for granted. Like, well, not the information, but rather the objects around me. Like it's like I walk past that building all the time, right? There's this huge building called the Williamsburg building. Magic Johnson ended up buying it, right? And this is where I used to go to music school when I was a kid, off to the side of the Williamsburg. It's One Hanson Place is the Williamsburg building. If you look at it, it's this huge freaking building with a dome at the top, right? They said it was built in 1923. The Williamsburg building, I don't even think I don't even think anybody lives in there anymore. But I used to go to music school in the back side of the Williamsburg building. And I also used to go to the dentist inside of the Williamsburg building. Hold on, let me see if I can pull it up real quick. I'm over here popping my gums, man. That's one of them crazy ass buildings. Williamsburg Bank Building in Brooklyn. Here it is. Man, I'd look at this thing and like every time I would go there in Brooklyn, like I was there every weekend like clockwork. And so next to it is let me stop the screen right here and what it looked like. Next to it right now is the Barclays Center. So where the what's that dang team? The Nets, where the Nets play right now. So here it is. Right? This is it. This is the Williamsburg building. Big ass building. You see that big ass dome at the top? This is what they put together. Well, this is back in like 1920 some odd, 23 or something like that. Started in 23, ended in 33, something like that. But I would say relatively recent compared to other shit that's out there. But I look at this thing, and on the inside, it is huge. It is absolutely enormous. And I'm like, what are you putting in there? And so I find it bizarre that they even have the nerve to say that, yeah. So, oh, Jesus Christ, you guys could barely see it. I apologize, y'all. I apologize for that. There it is, the Williamsburg building. So let me do you guys one solid. Give you a much better view of that. So that's it. One Hanson Place. Yep. Right there, Brooklyn, New York, downtown Brooklyn. This right here. That's it. Right? Look at that big ass dome at the top, man. Big ass thing. But in a sense, you could tell that, yes, it is a newer building just by how it's put together. You could tell that this is one of the newer buildings in New York City. Just its blockiness, just how blocky it looks, right? Many of these old world buildings that we're seeing these days, I'm going to stop that right quick. But many of those old world buildings that we tend to see these days, or that the ones that everybody keeps presenting, at least, they follow like the same pattern damn near. They have that same Gothic look. That does not have, that's an old building, yes, from like 100 years ago, but that doesn't have. So Shifty Shady Eyes. So you've seen that building. You've seen that. You must have seen, if you're from New York, Shifty Shady Eyes, you've seen that building like a 1,000 times then. Yeah, there is Gothic. There's St. Patty's Cathedral. There's a whole bunch of them Brooklyns. There's a whole bunch of them buildings that have that look, that Gothic look, especially in Brooklyn, right? They have them in Manhattan too, but especially Brooklyn, man, they all over the place. So Shifty Shady Eyes. So you have seen so you've seen that building on One Hanson Place, the Williamsburg building. And Bronx as well. Yes, but what's crazy about the Bronx is how much in the cut it is. You know what I'm saying? So the Bronx being closer to the country, because what's crazy about the Bronx that a lot of folks don't know is that Bronx is known to have wild animals in the Bronx. And I know the Bronx is like closer to Nyack, New York and shit too. And so yeah, it's got a lot of that old world stuff, but as you progress and you go up to upstate New York, you're going to find more of that stuff. But even in and especially in the city, you will find those old ass structures. You will find the old ones. And another thing that you'll find in Brooklyn that I find absolutely crazy. Oh, you live okay. You live by Nyack. That's what's up. That's what's up. Okay. Nice. Now is that in a lot of downtown Brooklyn and also in Manhattan, you're going to find trolley tracks. You are going to find trolley tracks. As long as I've been alive, we've never had trolleys in Brooklyn. We've never had trolleys in New York City. And I'm from the 70s, right? Born in 78. We've never had this in New York City as far as I was alive. Now, back in the day, it's probably a different story. But you would find tracks still embedded in the asphalt. You know what I'm saying? They didn't do that great a job covering it up. So you still have them kind of like poking their tracks, poking themselves up and outside of the asphalt. You're 82. Oh my God. The Tappan Zee Bridge every day. Oh my Lord. And yeah, so okay, so Shifty Shady. You see what I'm talking about? Okay. Oh my God, you're 82. Wow. Okay. I apologize. I'm not trying to, shout out to the octogenarians in the building. Oh, 1982. Oh, I was gonna say, dang man, it's kind of late, right? Ain't it a bit late, man? You gotta be going to sleep, man. Shit, eat your applesauce and go to bed. Shit. 1982. Okay, okay, okay. All right. So we from the same around the same time. All right. Google Maps to Stafford's are all over the place. Star forts. Yes, yes. Yeah, the star forts are all over the place. One of the star forts is Fort Barrancas. Fort Barrancas out there in not Jacksonville, in Pensacola, in Florida. Fort Barrancas is out there, and they call it a Spanish fort. You could find it if you visit Pensacola. Like I used to live in Pensacola for a while when I was in the Navy, especially, right? And we would go to Fort Barrancas, do trips out there, do field trips, all that other stuff, and then they'd have a tour, everything else like that. But that was one of the more prominent star forts in the area. But along the coast, yes, you're right on the money. You're going to find Angela Carson. You are going to find star forts all along the coast. It's wild. It's hell. Ooh, I wanted to show you guys something that I got just recently. Hold on. Let me show you. Give me a second. Oh, all right. So, this book, family, is a book that I just picked up. Check it out. It is called The Grand Medieval Bestiary. Quite a pretty penny that I paid for it. And look at the front of it. Got weird animals already. Didn't even open the motherfucker. Got this weird looking animal thing, right? This dude popping out the middle of this dog, this animal looking thing with a dog that got a dog head on its tail. Look at that. That's this thing. And so I picked it up online, and it is almost 700 pages. Yeah, almost 600 pages, excuse me. Actually 600 pages of just some of the most absolute bizarre paintings and descriptions of beasts. So and try to understand what it is these people were looking at, right? And just by seeing how they drew and just by seeing how they depicted the world, I would be a fool if I called them foolish or if I called them dumb. Now, here's something that I found interesting. Oh, here is a picture. We've seen pictures like this. All right. And it looks like what I got to do, this isn't doing any justice for you guys. What I got to do is I'm going to have to make like images of this thing so I could present it to y'all and y'all can see for y'allself. Because this book right here gives us beasts of the time, gives us the beasts of the time in and around that area, or when I say that area, of the more noticeable, I guess you could say the more lived in areas, and then around them. Like here's one that shows what looks like Jesus, right? And then you see a unicorn in the background and all kinds of weird animals. Let me get the thing off the top of the screen right there. Let me let y'all see that. But here it is. I don't know if y'all can see that. There go Jesus. You can see a unicorn in the background. know what I'm saying? All kinds of weird animals. As if just the bestiary itself. And I tell you what, that's the thing, is that you've got to go to the thrift shops, because the thrift shops are always getting the good stuff. And when I used to live in Whidbey Island, Washington, that's where I think Mark Sargent's from, Whidbey Island. But I used to live on Whidbey, and there was a thrift shop that I would go to. It's called The Waif, right? WAIF. The Waif, Whidbey Island Animal, like Farfignugan. I don't know what the F stood for. Whidbey Island Animal, um, Fernando Hernandez. I don't know, but the Waif, right? I'd go there, and I was real cool with the folks that worked there. There was a guy named Bob. He was a retired Navy guy and a Marine as well. And Bob would always get the old books. He would always hold the old books for me, and he would make a small collect. Like, I was broke back then, right? I was really, really broke, and I was also married. See a kind of a correlation there, don't you? So I was broke and I was married at the same time. So anytime I would go to the Waif, I would see books that I really liked, like old ones. I would take them and I would like kind of hide them to where I know ain't nobody gonna visit it. And then I was like, I ain't got no money now, but like, let me wait till Wednesday. I would go wait till Wednesday, and Wednesday would be like military day. You know what I'm saying? And I would get my like save up my money, because that's just how broke I was. And these were books I was trying to buy, because I didn't want to use our regular dang checking account, because my wife used to get mad about that shit. So I would go and I would have like 5 books. Wednesday, the book would be reduced by like 75% off, and then it's like if you were military you got it cheaper. And so yeah, I'd take the books out. I'd have like a stack of this many books with the green dots and yellow dots and this one on them, and I'd get like 6-7 old ass books that don't nobody give a damn about for like $1 and a half. And I'd be happy as hell. I'd be like, thank God, man, because I ain't got no money, no money, no money. Hell nah. So I was happy as fuck, man, just out there buying these books. And I'd get atlases, small pocket atlases, small Bibles, and everything. And I would get books on books. And I had this dude named Bob. He would get a bunch of old books. And a lot of times, Whidbey Island, a lot of old people live there. And obviously, a lot of old people die there as well. And so a lot of these books would come to the thrift shop, and then he'd hold them for me. And then I'd get to go through them before everybody. He'd leave it in the back. He's like, hey, Vlad, man, I got some books, man, you might want to check out. I'm like, okay, let me check it out. So I'd look, and then I'd be like, okay, let me get this one. So he'd hold the old stuff for me. You know what I'm saying? And then he'd put the rest out on display. And like, not too many people would buy the old books. That's the crazy thing. But yeah, man, like I ended up with a bunch of books from like Wadsworth from the 1800s. I've got a couple of books on Latin textbooks from the early like 1908 and stuff like that. Just it's all the books. I've got an old Submariners book. I used to be a submariner as well. I've got an old Submariners book from like 1920. It's crazy, all these crazy old books that I got. You know what I'm saying? And all of them I got for like pennies. You know what I'm saying? Nobody wanted them. But here's the thing about old books. And I'm talking all that to say that like these old books are getting burnt. They're being destroyed. They're being destroyed. They're being archived. They're being removed for a reason. You know what I'm saying? So like things that we would take for granted. Like, for example, there's a book called I Know What I Saw. And it was a book written by Phil Torney. Phil Torney being a survivor of the USS Liberty. This is a book that I took for granted because I've read so many different books about the USS Liberty. One of them being the attack on the Liberty by James Scott. Right, that's the one that I read. There's another one by James Ennis. I forgot the name of that one, but I read some of that. That was years ago. But the one that I didn't read because I just took for granted that it was around was I Know What I Saw. That book was written by Phil Torney, right? Phil Torney is a big voice for the USS Liberty survivors, as he himself is one. And so I went to look at that book on Amazon. It's sold out. And the people that are selling it, it's 88 bucks. It's 88 bucks. But the book is like this thick. Not thick at all. But it's the content, right? It's not necessarily the amount of pages that makes the book. It's the content, right? Picked up an 1888 Bible. Says firmament clear as day. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yep. Oh, let me show you guys another little nice little gem that I got. Hold on now. So this little beauty is the Holy Bible containing the Old and New Testaments, it says. Right? Oh God, this is, man, if you're old, like this is going to burn your eyes, man. Book of Esther, Psalms, yeah. So this is a volume. This is volumized, right? And translate the original tongues, tongues. And this is obviously this is from Edinburgh. I don't know if you can see it. There it is. Holy Bible. I don't know if you can see all that. Former translations. Edinburgh. Appointed to be read in churches. Edinburgh. And so this thing, like you could see the print in this. To the Most High and Mighty Prince James, before he started playing basketball for the Cleveland Cavaliers. Boom. I'm here all week, guys. There it is right there. By the grace of God, King of the Great Britain, France, and Ireland. Boom. There it is right there. Right? And then there it is. The names and the order of all the books in the Old Testament with their number of chapters. So, wow, this is like super, super detailed right here. I don't know if you can see it. Hopefully that light calms down a little bit. There it is. Look at that. And then you see Genesis right there. Right? Look at that. And then God divided the light from the darkness. And then there it is right in the middle. Chapter 7. And God made the firmament and divided the waters which were under the firmament on the waters which were above the firmament. Look, right there. It's clear as day. Sean Alke. Peace, brother. It's good to see you. But yeah. So, man, they're out there. They're out there. Oh, God. I'm not even going to begin it. I don't want to tell you how much I spent on this. But publications are out there, right? Don't be afraid to get them. They might cost you a pretty. Listen, if you're not willing to shell out that money for these pubs, I don't know what else to tell you. But if you've got a nice, safe place for them, because I wouldn't leave these out in the public anymore. You've got a lot. Well, not that people are crappy, but you've got a lot of people out there that are looking to take these things and not make sure that they no longer see the light of day, right? So I do the best that I can when I come across these pubs, because I understand that these things are starting to disappear. They're starting to disappear, and with good reason too. So don't take for granted that you've got these publications around, because one day they might not be here. You know what I'm saying? Know what I mean, Burn? Angela and Sean Alke was here. Oh man, I missed out on him. Sean was here. Yeah, man. And so, like, a lot of times I'll go to Amazon. I'll go to Amazon first, right? Just to see. And then the Akinator, what's happening, brother? It's good to see you, man. So first I'll go to Amazon first, and then I realize that Amazon either has it or the price is just exorbitant. A lot of times Amazon would have these books, and then they have the new cover on the book, right? And so anytime I see it's like second, fifth, eighth edition, I'm like, I don't trust it. If it's not from way back in the day, or if it's not like a first edition, I really don't trust it. Like, I have a hard time, like it's a super abridged version, right? So from Amazon, I then go to eBay. And now here's the thing with eBay, right? I don't know if you guys are too familiar with them, but check out eBay, because the way it works is a lot of times these guys that sell their stuff over on eBay, they'll take their shit and then they'll be like, "Hey, I'm selling on eBay, but you should really see my stuff over at my store." So a lot of these people run book mines. What's a book mine, you say? Vlad, what's a book mine? So a book mine, if you don't know, just for all y'all that don't know, book mine is a store of books, books upon books. It's like Ghostbusters, you know what I'm saying, with all the books in the beginning where that ghost came out and yelled at him. Well, it's like that. A book mine is everywhere you turn there is a book, right? And it's very well categorized. A lot of these book mines that I like, there's one in Maryland that's like off the chain, books everywhere, right? And like, you'll find books there that are no longer published. That's another thing about a book mine, is that you find the gems of the reading material that you find in a book mine that you don't find anywhere else. That's what makes book mines so extraordinary. And if you live in a place like, shout out to my Idaho and Iowa people. Not saying nobody wants to visit there, but nobody's trying to visit them places too much, you know what I'm saying? Unless you got family out there, or unless you from there yourself, right? But if you live in these places, I highly recommend you go through their book mines. And yes, absolutely. Thrift books is a good. I just found the bestiary. $6. Yes. It's on back order. Yeah. Yeah. Check. There's a series of old books that I just purchased recently, that I felt that if I don't purchase them now, I never will, because somebody's gonna fucking steal them. They're just gonna take them, right? And that's the thing with these books, is Saab brought up a really good point, right? I don't know if you guys are familiar with Saab. Shout out to Saab. Make sure you sub to his shit. But I'm going to use the saying that he says, right? And he's absolutely right. So I tell him that, I was like, yeah, I try to get the old books and everything. I think Saab tries to get the old books as well, which is cool, because he is like, that's why they made Kindle. I was like, yeah, because you take the book and then you just download it. He's like, yes, it's called Kindle for a reason, because they're burning the fucking books. They're burning the books. And if they're not burning the books, they're taking the books and they're digitizing them. The problem with a digitized book is that they could go ahead, they could change a word here, change a word there, and then it absolutely changes the whole meaning and structure of the original story. I'm telling you, what a disservice we have done to ourselves by not allowing ourselves to read actual books. These things that have that funky old musty smell. I love that musty smell of books, the musty smell of libraries, right? Like, we have gone to everything digital. Now, the problem with that is what I just mentioned, and it changes the meaning of so many different things. With so much so that they're doing it with the scriptures. You know what I'm saying? I've made a few videos where I prove that they are clearly changing the scriptures, and this is all done on purpose. And what I was showing was, matter of fact, let me see if I could find it in here. Old video that I made. Um, And again, shout out to Vika Drazif. If you hadn't already, please make sure to sub to his channel, but also get in on the team. What I did was I went ahead and I put it at the top of the chat box and join the team to build the Antikythera mechanism. Right now, what I'm doing is I am looking for the video that I made that shows the actual Bible passages that are being changed. And it's it's absolutely wild, man. It is absolutely wild. The globe, tell the truth, shame a few devils. No, where is it at? Stand by, watch. Watch, we can make them think. Let's see where it's at. X marks the spot, true earth. Bible. Lamb lying, landed on the moon. So yeah, hold on. Dude, imperfect. Waste of what I thought was time well spent. Let's see. Where is that? Where is this thing? So yeah, getting the help you need. Yep, there it is. There it is. I think this is it right here. Okay, so check this out. This is a video that I made. I want y'all to see for yourselves, right? Hold on. Share that. Boom. This is number 134. So this is way back. Let me show y'all.
YouTube family, what's good? Yo, kick it with me for a little bit. So last week I spoke about how they were changing the Bible, and I said I was going to make a video on it. So here we are. The reason I'm doing it is because of this gentleman named Julian Griffin, who was talking to me on Facebook, and this was under the Flat Earth Globe channel and everything else. So if you guys are on this page in YouTube and Facebook, excuse me, go check it out. The Truth of the Flat Earth Globe, it's science and all that, right? And you could see this on November 1st under one of the videos that I produced. Let me get this thing back on. And so in it, right here, this gentleman, I guess he's asking like legit questions as to why things are because he's still on the fence, it appears, between globe and flat. So my thing was, I wanted to see what was his evidence for claiming that the earth is a globe. So he used the Bible. He used the scriptures, which I thought was rather fascinating because of what he presented to me. So you see right here, Isaiah 40:22, everybody in the community, right, is familiar with Isaiah 40:22. So I'm going to go to it on Bible.com, and I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to leave the link in the description box as well for y'all to see it. It's in Bible.com, like I'm not joking. And it says right here, and we see it over and over again, he is the one who sits upon the globe of the earth, and it's...
Y'all see that? Y'all see that? Like anytime I see this video, and I know I'm the one that made it, like I'm sitting there and I'm like, whoa, what? They actually did that. They actually did that. Wow. They did it. Okay. All right. But let's continue with the show. Let's continue.
Inhabitants are like locusts, right? When we all know it's supposed to say that sits upon the circle of the earth. And then everybody else is like a bunch of locusts, like a bunch, you know what I'm saying? So we know it's wrong, but this is what I was talking about. They're starting to change the Bible in our face. They're making a concerted effort to change the Bible, change specific words to give new meaning to what this place is that we call earth. Like, I'm dead serious. It's happening during our time. So you need to pay attention. You need to hold on to the scriptures that you got. Don't even rely on the one that you have on your the electronic copies, because I bet you they're making way with those too. And so also remember that they've got the AI involved. They've got the Chat GPT and everything else involved.
Yes,
not just the American Bible, but also Bibles from different lands, Bibles from different countries, Bibles with different languages, right? They got a Chinese Bible where they said Jesus was a killer, right? They've got a LGBT, not that. They have an animal friendly Bible where what's his name? Abraham has a pet dog named Charlie. Some craziness like that. You know what I'm saying? So they're...
Yo, real talk, I ain't even lying. They really do. They really do, and are printing a Bible where Abraham has a dog named Charlie. Yeah, it's it's wild. It's wild. Like you. Let's continue.
They're making a concerted effort to change the scriptures. I'm trying to tell y'all. I'm trying to tell y'all. So like I said, I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to drop this in the description box. I want y'all to go ahead and take a look at this craziness. This is just one example. Okay? All right. Oh yeah, before I forget, YouTube, I wanted to give you guys a peace out and goodbye. I wish y'all nothing but the best. Health, wealth, love, joy, prosperity, most of all wisdom. And with that, I love you. I'm out. Peace.
Yeah. So
It's the Ticket Plug. We've been running an online ticket business for over a decade, and now we've created.
get out of there real quick. Yeah. So there it is, man. There it is. I knew I wasn't tripping. But yeah, like that's a perfect example. Like you talk about absolutely changed the entire meaning. Like they changed everything so much so that you saw it right there. And this is the Bible that you get online. So if you go to like bible.com, like it's right there. You're like, okay, bible.com, it's an easy source and it's an easy reference tool. But that's your reference tool right there. So if people are going to look at that. They're going to be like, see, I told you that God says the earth is a certain way. And then it's going to say the globe of the earth. And it's like, huh? When did they say that? And then I'm telling you, man, like it's wild. This is why we can't rely on these sources that we're given, the sources that are at our fingertips. Supernaturally changing within the Mandela effect. Yeah. Like these guys are making it possible. Better look for a new source of truth. Exactly. Intro to the King James's change. It now reads more story like a story of Camelot. Wow. That I think is crazy as well. The Bible supernaturally changing with the Mandela effect. Yep. Word is written in and on the heart, as many of the beloved Father knew. Amos 8:11 would be fulfilled in Satan's short season. Yes. The words are written in nature. Nature is created by the creator and is not corruptible like what is written by man. Exactly. Exactly. It's crazy how God works, man, and it's crazy how the Most High works. And when He creates something, it just falls and things just naturally falls into place with His creation. But then, as soon as we corrupt it and mess with it, it can't stand. It can't stand the test of time when we corrupt things. See, circle, not globe. Yeah. The changes are retroactive, so all Bibles change, even the old ones. I believe that. Yep. The Bible is compromising by logic. We compromise ourselves if we place any faith. Yeah, pretty much. No, that's right. That's true. I agree, Dojo. That's right. Wineskin's not in the Bible anymore. Pick up your couch and walk. Pick up your couch and walk. Blew my mind. Yep. And there's a whole issue of lost in the translation. Oh, God. Yep. And what's the use of that anyway? Now, here's something that somebody really brought to my attention and just made me think, wow, we're really fucked, right? There's a white dude that came on, and matter of fact, let me see if I could find him and see if he can speak his piece, because he basically says that the Bible that we read, the scriptures that we read, and it makes sense, right? We're reading from left to right. We're reading everything we read, right? Everything we read is from left to right. Fine. We count from left to right. Bro, when they read Hebrew, when they read Muslim, right? They're reading from what? Right to left. They are reading from right to left. And then something he said just made me feel like, oh my gosh. he said, man, even our writing is backwards. And so all I was thinking about is like, golly, man, backwards. So what else is backwards? Everything. Everything that's backwards just isn't good, right? The crosses being upside down, saying words backwards, and which are spells. And this is a way to ruin someone, all right, or ruin yourself. These are spells. And so when we read, we're basically reading a spell. Like it's almost as if we're reading an evil incantation. And so I'm listening to this and I'm like, golly, I wish I was ignorant to this fact. But it's true. We're reading incorrectly when we're reading English or when we're reading what it is we're taught to read. It says circle. It says circle. Yeah, it's supposed to say circle, but that's the one that says globe. The other source that we could look for the truth. Yeah, no Bible says the globe of the earth. No way. No Bible says the globe of the earth. Nope. No Bible says the globe of the earth. No. And what's crazy is that there were other references. There were other chapters in the Bible that were referenced, and I was like, wow, like they turned everything into globe. That was like a concerted effort to remove anything that referred to the earth as plain and flat. Anything, right? And I was just like, wow, it's on bible.com. So if you it's there. It's still there. Oh golly. Let's see. We'll see if it's there. So bible.com. Read the Bible online. Oh boy. Get the app. Nah, I'm good. All right, so let's go here. Let me present it to y'all. Y'all could see for yourselves. And we're at bible.com right here, right? And so now I'm at bible.com, and that was Isaiah. I think 40:22, right? 40:22, and let's just scroll down. 40:14, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21. Now it says the circle. He sits enthroned above the circle of the earth. And this is the bible.com. This is crazy. Well, what the hell? Y'all knew okay, so whatever it was I showed y'all, that was something else, because this is clearly saying the circle of the earth. Right? Right there saying that. Oh, I'm over there. Got my big old nose in the way, man. Let me get my big old face out the way. There it is. Clearly, it says the circle of the earth. So 40:22. Yep. Well, hell, let's go to Genesis to see what it says. Genesis 1:1. Start from the beginning. And then let's take it on down. Called the vault. Okay, the vault. So God made the vault and made the vault. I like how they changed that. Well, in some scriptures, to be honest, let there be a vault between the waters. Yeah, which you see how they did the vault? See how they did it? Look at that. You see how they did it? A vault between the waters to separate water from water. So you see how they did it. Y'all see that? Yeah, that's pretty interesting. Led to this website. I don't believe that she is who she claims she is. Led to this website. Aside from where she changed scripture to suit her business. I'll link in it below. It's too long. Okay. King of Salem. Christ as a woman. What? Evening again. Truth troll. Okay. Truth troll. What's happening, homie? Okay. Oh, and one says vault. Yes, it does say vault. Some do say vault. That much I know. This one clearly says it as well. Instead of firmament, it's evening. Psalms. Where's the Psalms at? And the sky. Oh, oh boy. Look at that. And the skies. You see how they're changing it? And this is off of Bible.com still. They have it's to the ends of the earth. Wow. This is crazy. Yeah, but it's right there. It's right there. You see how now they kind of changing it up a little bit. Let's see. Ecclesiastes 1. Wind blows to the south, turns to the north. Round and round it goes. Blows to the south, turns to the north, round and round it goes, ever returning on its course, and then it returns. Okay. Wow, they're making it interesting, that's for sure. They are making it interesting. Live music, what's happening, homie? It's good to see you, brother. Good to see you, brother. It's for Isaiah. Yeah. Use Bible Hub. It's for Isaiah 40:22 Bible Hub. Let me check that out. Bible Hub. Okay. Bible Hub. Let's see. Could this have been what we were looking at? Let's see. I think let's look at the King James. Regular old King James. Okay. Genesis 2. No. I'm not going to do all that. Greek, Hebrew, multilingual, Strong's. Oh, Lord. Let's see. Isaiah. Oh, Lord. Just please send me to Isaiah. Sure. Isaiah 20:22. Okay, let's scroll it down. Oh my gosh. There we go. Isaiah 20:22. And that's Isaiah 40. So let's take it down there. 40. Okay. 40 and 1. 40 and 2. That'll take forever. Forget about it. Cross-referenced. Oh, wow. That's what. Oh, Lord. Have mercy. Let's see. Okay, there we go. Isaiah 40:22. He sits enthroned above the circle of the earth, and its people are like grasshoppers. He stretches out the heavens like a canopy and spreads them out, a tent to live in. Okay, circle of the earth, circle of the earth. It is he who inhabits above the circle of the earth. Okay. It is circle, 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 everything. It is he, wow, who sits on the sphere, Aramaic in plain English, on the sphere of the earth. Wow. He that comprehends the circle of the earth, and it's out heaven. Circle, circle. Rules the whole world. Merely insects. Contemporary English. Heaven is my throne and the earth is my footstool. Okay. Circle. The globe, the locust. He that stretcheth out the heavens as nothing and spreadeth them out as a tent to dwell in. My gosh. The Douay Rhymes Bible. Oh my goodness. Y'all see that, huh? Y'all see this? Douay Rhymes. That's strange. I've never seen that before. I've never seen that before. Sphere, vault, globe, and horizon. But that's what we're getting right there. It's the something rhymes. What's it called? The Douay Rhymes Bible. That's what they're claiming. Enthroned, sitteth upon a circle. Circle, circle, circle. And troll. Thank you for sending me that to check out Bible Hub. I think it was you that pointed me in that direction. I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to bookmark that, as a matter of fact. Circle, circle, circle. All right, there. I'm back. Oh, Lord. I'm back. Yeah. So bear with me, y'all. It's raining outside. So reception ain't the best. So just bear with me. And it's raining pretty hard. So the Penguins are really screwing with the stream this evening. Yeah, 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 they sure are. They sure are. But talk, real talk. It looks as if that Bible's being now that everything is starting to go digital. Don't be surprised if they go full Monty and just tamper everything. You know what I'm saying? That would be something. That's something that I would imagine that they would go all out. Because here's the thing, like nobody really reads no more. Nobody really reads books anymore these days. Like I collect them and I read them as much as I can, right? And now I find myself, if I'm working, I'm going through publications and I'm reading. I'm not reading in a book anymore. we had something called a tech library, right? The technical library. And so we had a couple of guys. We had Senior Chief Feist. He was working down there. Dude used to get mad as hell at the drop of a hat. He's ICCS Feist, Bill Feist, dude, strong as hell, man. Used to get mad as shit. So Senior Chief Feist was down there. He was in charge. And you would go down there, and like the closest thing before like internet was really popping, the closest thing that we could use that was digitally an electronic thing to read was microfiche. You know what I'm saying? We had microfiche. I don't know if you guys are familiar with it. I actually have a microfiche machine, and I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna put it to work, and I'm gonna make a video for y'all and let y'all see what microfiche look like. But we had microfiche, and that's how we would look at a lot of our pubs. We would look at certain diagrams in order, like the original diagrams on how to fix certain components that were built into the ship that were kind of adulterated or altered and adulterated by new like Tiger teams coming in and making these repairs and just cutting corners. So in order to get it back to its original state, we would have to go to the archives, right? Where you would have to find the ship's original drawings, basically. Go through the tech library, and we'd look at microfiche. And for all guys that don't know what right? So internet planes rerouting around the rain. Yeah, probably. Chris gets. Yeah, that's a good point. It's hard to find time to read. Seems that people these days go by so fast. Trying to keep that sounds cool. Yeah, microfiche was something else, man. Yeah, and so Truth Troll, you remember microfiche too. So a lot of your old libraries and a lot of our libraries, period, had microfiche. I don't know if they still have it. A lot of libraries hold on to old media. And I think the bigger libraries tend to do that. Now, when I say bigger libraries, like the Brooklyn Public Library, they do that, right? The Schaumburg Library out in like Manhattan and stuff, like they would do that. They hold on to old media, 8 tracks, record players, phonographs, stuff like that. Damn, tape player, cassette player, laser disc, you name it. You name it. But it's like an episode of the regular show. If you guys don't know what the regular show is, I'm making crazy references. I'll explain one day. But yeah, so your old libraries, your bigger libraries would hold on to old media. And so they would still have things like microfiche. So if you wanted to look at old news clippings that they probably got rid of because they're not going to archive them like that, they would more than likely have archived them and turned them into little microfiche reels, right? And pretty much what it is it's a card. It's a card that you stick inside this microfiche machine. You stick it in there, and then you turn the page by turning this knob, and then you can hear it ka-chung. You hear it humming. It's got the light. It projects, and then you see it on the screen, and then you just turn the knob to change the slide. Cha-chung, 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 and it was wild. So I'm a diehard fan of the old stuff because I feel we're probably going to be using it again, right? So yeah, there's a bunch of cards. So I really look to the old stuff just to get a better understanding as to how a lot of us were living. Even though I use it as a kid, I really didn't use it as a kid. I didn't use it like folks used it back then to do research or to do investigations or anything else like that, right? But I have a appreciation. One day I'll make a video for y'all. It works like a champ. It works like it just works like a champ. You know what I'm saying? But I'm saying all that to say that yeah, like after the microfiche machines, then on the ship, we then got to the internet. And then slowly but surely, everything in the tech library started becoming obsolete. You know what I'm saying? Because we started downloading and putting everything from paper to digital, paper to digital, until ultimately Tech Library was gone, right? Tech Library was gone. Then we started taking our paper records and then we were crushing them down. And our paper records, right? Military, like I have my old military record and it's all in paper. And it's like this thick. My first one after my first 10 years, it's like this thick. And then my next one is like this thick because it's like on a CD, but it's my military record. You know what I'm saying? So everything went way of the dinosaur paper wise. And now we've condensed everything and now everything is in a disc, it's in a CD. It's crazy. Like my medical record, even like in my military medical record is just, it was like this fat. And then like towards the tail end of my career, it started getting smaller and smaller. And then they gave me my record, my military medical record. They handed it to me. They're like, here you go, chief. There you go. I was like, ugh. And then they mailed me a copy in a big old freaking FedEx thing. Then they mailed me a disc. They were like, there you go. That's yours. That is your medical record. Live and be well. And I was like, peace. I'm out. You know what I'm saying? So 23 right then and there. Yeah, so punch cards. I think you're talking that's pretty nifty. And using the Dewey Decimal System. Back in the day, looking for whoever the author was or the writer of a particular book, because you could have many authors to like the same book or books relating to that same genre. It's crazy. You know what I'm saying? Like if you wanted to read a book about Caesar, well, you'd go pull your freaking big ass drawer, the big card catalog shit. Remember that shit? You'd be pulling that big ass, long ass drawer and stuff like that just to get to the author and the book that you wanted. I thought that was interesting. I thought that was an interesting thing to have. But then they got rid of that you go to, right? And what I recommend, this is just my recommendation. You could do it if you want. You could do with the information as you please. But anytime you go to a new place, get a local library card. Local library card. I do know that when I was younger, right? Actually, when I was younger, when I was like, damn, from when I was like 15 to when I was 19, right? Right before I joined the service. Um, I would go every summer to the library, the public library by my parents' house. And every summer, right before school started, they would get rid of like all their books that they didn't need no more. And I got one of the things that I would get a lot of. I would bring my dad's army duffel bag at the time, right? I'd bring two of them actually, one on my chest, one on my back. And y'all know what Navy Sea bags are like, right? Army duffel bags are the same, just a little bit more rugged, right? I'd bring that with me, and then I'd fit, and then it was as many books as you can carry out for $1. And so I was like, shit, I would bring the sea bag on a chest and one on my back. And I would fill that thing up to the brim. And I would walk my ass 2 miles back to my house. And then my parents were like, oh wow, you got all these books. Great. Because my parents had a library down in the basement, right? And I was like, I wonder if I could go back. So sure as shit. And this is every year from like, I think it was 15. I was either 15. I might have been, you know what? let's say I was 16 years old at the time. I did it for a while, right? And I would march my happy ass from there, from my house to the library, and I would just do that twice in a day with 2 sea bags full of books. Many of those books still at my parents' house, still to this day. Probably all of them. You know what I'm saying? And then a lot of them were were a magazine that was published way back in the day, but actually is still published now. It's called Analog, right? And it was a sci-fi magazine. So I would wind up with encyclopedia sets. I would wind up with so many, oh my God, so many books. And they were getting rid of a lot of their old stuff that they knew. They were like, no, we don't need this no more. I think now, with how things are starting to become, people are a little bit more apprehensive with getting rid of their books. You know what I'm saying? Because not only could it bring you a pretty penny, but there's a lot of people. I think in general, people are starting to like look around and be like, we might need these fucking books. For example, I have a book from like 1880 something, and it's a book on botany. And I'm like, I'm looking at it and I'm realizing how much care that the illustrator would put into drawing out like seeds and seeds during, its phase of growth and everything else like that. And I was like, you know what? And the book was like a little bit bigger than this right here. A little bit bigger than this. And so I'm looking at it and I'm like, man, I'm probably going to need that book here in the future. So books like this, like they were damn near a dime a dozen at one time. And people just got rid of them. They just got rid of them. They were like, garage sale, you can have it. Like they're like, yo, just bring a box, throw that in there. You can just walk away with it. You know what I'm saying? Medical records from the time I married to until my divorce are required. Jeez. Man, hopefully you're feeling better, Barb. I pray you're feeling better, sis. Yeah. True trauma, I've been blessed. I measure understanding the last 7 years. I know how Satan's crosshairs. Yeah. I think you'll be all right, sis. I think you'll be all right. We got your back too. The breakers makes us invincible in my experience. Amen. That's right. There we go. Holding it down, Barb. We got your back too, so you'll be all right. Did bless you are. You are. So yeah, man. So these books, we really need to start keeping our eye out for these publications, man, because as they come, they go, just like that. Just like that. Let me see. So, like I said, so I think it was Shannon mentioned a store. What was that store, Shannon? Shannon Emerson mentioned a store, newspapers in a, or is that something else? No, yeah, that's it. They had, no, you're right, Shannon. They had newspapers like that. That's right. Yeah, microfiche from the 70s. Yep. That's right. Thrift books. Oh, thriftbooks.com. So thriftbooks.com. If you could let me see if I could pin that to the top right there. Thank you, Shannon. So there goes thriftbooks.com, right? And that, what I just replaced was joining the team, joining us here on the joining us there on the team to build this Antikythera mechanism. Because it's coming, baby. It's coming. So there it is, thriftbooks.com. And man, don't nothing beat some old thrift books, especially on Military Wednesday or something. You come in with your uniform, then you get stuff for a dime. I'm like, oh, hell yeah. I got a dime for books? Shit, I got a whole dollar, man. Stand by. You come there with a little box, man, you just All kinds of stuff in there, man. I'd be happier than hell. I walked out with a nice old atlas. Man, I walked out with this big old atlas, man. Big atlas. I had a little tiny encyclopedia set. Man, I was happy as hell. And my ex-wife used to get mad as shit. She's like, man, you always come up with some books. Why you got to get these dang books? And I'd be sitting there with my daughter just reading and stuff. I'm like, look at this right here. Look at that. See, they don't make these no more. You see? My little girl's like, Daddy, man, you. She's like, these books are funky. I was like, I know. Here's the actual book to, okay. Thriftshopbooks.com. Okay, bet. Cool. I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to put that in the top. I'm going to put that in, I'm going to pin that to the top. Thank you, Barbara. Appreciate you, Barbara. And Shannon, very, very much. Thank you very, very much. They have tons of different old stuff. Yeah, man. Old stuff, old, new, fine stuff there. Amazon doesn't have at times. Yeah, that's right. So that's the crazy thing is Amazon will have a lot of things, especially the old stuff, and they know what they're getting. They know what they're getting. And the old stuff that they have, usually what they do is they'll make it mad pricey. You know what I'm saying? They'll make it mad expensive just so it makes you feel like, man, hey, I ain't paying that much money for no goddamn book, man. You out your fucking mind. You know what I'm saying? They do you like that. Amazon will do you like that. And then, and it's like, it's like, all right, $25 for a book. You're like, man, that book only has 15 pages or 35 pages. Why am I paying $25 for it? And then a few months go by, you realize you really need it. You come back for the book. It's like $75. And you're like, oh my goodness. Why didn't I just get the book when it was at that price when I saw it? You know what I'm saying? So Amazon gets you like that. Every time. It gets you like that every time. There's a book by Stephen Quayle called Giants that I bought back in 2012. I bought that book for like, it was like $17 or something like that, 2012, right? Now, inflation and whatever else, they don't make that book no more. Man, that book was like $145. That book, Giants by Stephen Quayle, y'all know who he is. When he talks about the old world, he doesn't talk about the old world, talk about the old world and how funky and crazy it was. He's talking about Nephilim. He's talking about giants. Stephen Quayle's bread and butter is giants. If you guys are familiar with Coast to Coast AM, there are a few people that show up on Coast to Coast AM all the time, Stephen Quayle being one of them. His bread and butter is giants, right? And yeah, Chris Getz, that's right. Amazon does that on purpose, man. Like clockwork. They do it like clockwork, right? And so I have that book, and actually my buddy, I let him hold it. He still has it at his house, and that's fine. It's in good condition. So he sent me a picture of it, and it's still good. It's still in good condition. But yeah, and so I'm like, man, they are really doing their damnedest to make sure we don't get a damn hold of these books. And they'll make Kindle books super cheap. Kindle books be cheaper than hell, man. Kindle books be cheaper all day. 1 cent for a Kindle book. Be like, man, I don't want that shit. Y'all put y'all dirty ass paws on it, man. Fuck the whole thing up, man. I don't want that shit. It's your goddamn Kindle fucking bullshit, man. That's how they do, man. And these motherfuckers, that's what they do. They'll give you, use the Kindle version. Like, fuck out of here with that bullshit, man. I ain't trying to hear all that. I know what kind of BS you trying to pull over my eyes, man. No, I'm good. These guys are unreal. But they really do that, no joke. Let me see. Yeah, man. It's real out there in the field. Yes, Stephen Quayle, if you hadn't seen it. Giants. There are a bunch of interesting books, actually. There are a whole bunch of interesting books that that I've come across. The There's one called the Ancient Sea Kings. The Ancient Sea Kings. And it's about these, it's a documentary, right? I guess, right? It's a history book basically on guys, voyagers, and how they put their maps together. So I've got that here hot off the damn thing, and I'm waiting for it to come in. I'm waiting for it to come in, see what it do. I'm getting ready. Like I said, I don't know if you guys know, but I'm gonna go visit California to go see the Urbano Monte map. I'm gonna go see the map. I'm gonna go see the map. Yeah. And when I go out there, I'm gonna be doing a lot of looking, because I would imagine that that's not the only map that's there. But while I am there, I'm gonna spend as much time as I can, because they cut out the amount of time that you could have with the map. You know what I'm saying? And they're not gonna let you be out there all day. So that's the crazy part. They're not going to let you sit with the map all day. They give you like 2 hours and that's all you getting. Yep. Yeah. You're going to have 2 hours with it and then that's it. Steve Carell's crew is working with private landowners in Mexico and digging up interesting and historical stuff these days. His documentaries are pretty good. Yeah, Steve Carell's the real deal, man. I like him. Now, one guy that's having a hard time is Jim Corsetti. If you don't know who Jim Corsetti is, he's the dude from Bright Insight. He's like, "Hi, I'm Jim Corsetti. You may have recognized me from things like, Gobekli Tepe and Atlantis out of Mauritania, but some of the more recent things that we're starting to notice is," you know what I'm saying? And you'll see Jim Corsetti on Bright Insight talking about now Gobekli Tepe. And I'm just doing his voice, so then that way when you see him, you'll be like, "Oh, Vlad mimicked him. Okay, I recognize that voice." You know what I'm saying? And apparently they're covering up Gobekli Tepe. Like they're pouring concrete on that motherfucker, putting trees everywhere, putting a whole neighborhood on that bitch. They're covering it up. Gobekli Tepe, they're not digging it up no more. So Gobekli Tepe is going bye-bye. Now, what I find remarkable is the distance from Gobekli Tepe straight to Mount Ararat. 333 miles. True story. Gobekli Tepe, 333 miles to the base of Mount Ararat. True story. If I was I wish I was making it up. I wish I was making that up. Like I'm so enamored with information like that. I'm like, wow, now what? But the thing is what do you do with information like that when now they just hide the truth that so much more, right? So round trip, it's 666. Oh, that's a good one, Shannon Everson. That's actually a really good point. Round trip, it's 666. So you might as well go someplace else, spend the night there. You know what I'm saying? Excuse me. Yeah, but they're hiding Gobekli Tepe. So that's what sucks with these government institutions, man, is as you find things, they destroy them. And so these wars are nothing different. These wars are nothing different. This is why Russia is doing what it does in the Ukraine, because what we're starting to learn is there's a lot of old world in Ukraine. There's a lot of the two Griffins or the Griffins fighting in places like Ukraine and the more Eastern European regions, right? Places that they would call Tartaria, or the Tartars, that some of the people that live there that are still being treated like crap by the Russians are Tartars. They are still a people that still live in the Ukraine. It's crazy. It's crazy. Talk to a Ukrainian person. They'll tell you. They'll tell you, yeah, we still have Tartars. They get treated like shit by the Russians. It's crazy how the Russians treat those Tartars like shit. And then you have things like damn Tunguska happen. And then like the Tartars large in part get like, it almost seems as if they get just they get removed. They are like the Native American Indian kind of removal. They kind of get removed. But I'm learning that they're still here. The Tartars are still here, and they're still referred to as Tartars. And it's crazy because not too long ago, because you have places in Asia and places in Eurasia that still in these old encyclopedias that have that part of the world, they still call it Tartary. I think it's Grand Tartary or Major Tartary, but it's Tartary. So it needs Aquafresh or some scope. You get that? You guys get that? You get it? Huh? Come on now. I'm here all week. Tartaria era was millennial reign from my research and understanding. Yeah. So whatever was popping over there, it must have been good because it encompassed that entire region right there. And this is something that actually we stumbled on in the Urbano Monte map. They talked about the Tartars and they talked about how many of them moved around. How many Tartars moved around and lived in teepees or tents. Wasn't that crazy? Wasn't that crazy? They moved around, lived in teepees and tents. So they were like a nomadic people. They were a nomadic people. And we see them like dotted around like Russia, going from Russia. And it like kind of made some kind of sense because you saw them northwest of Kamchatka in Russia. And where that is that's right next to, if you want to know where the Kamchatka Peninsula is, it's a peninsula and it's right next to the international date line. So if you look at a map, you can see it there. Kamchatka, so northwest of Kamchatka and heading east that's how they traveled, a lot of these Tartars. And it was just weird. I was like, I didn't even know they traveled. But according to Urbano Monte's map, it says a lot, right? Whether it's true or not, I don't know. But it says, yes, that this is what these people were doing back then. This is how they lived. And I think, hell, at some point he said that even I'll have to look at it again, but he even said that they eat people. They eat human flesh. Like they make sure to point that out. But Jehovah's Daughter, Vermilion, I don't know if that was a Vermilion Sea, because they say Vermeo. And when they say Vermeo, they didn't have the L, they had the I, the MEI. So they called it the Vermeo. Mare Vermeo. So I don't know. I'll look again. But if it is the Vermilion or the Red Sea, then that's something. But I looked and then it said elsewhere Vermeo. But so that's something that when we come back to that, which we will, we'll kind of go over. We'll kind of look at that just for clarity's sake. DC was originally what we got here. Yeah, those buildings are on every continent. Yeah, they are. And they're massive. They're massive and they're like, it's like they're perfectly built to withstand things. I watched the replays of you going over Yeah, very interesting. Yeah, Truth Troll. It was very interesting. There was a lot of learning that we were doing together simultaneously. But I tell you, me sitting there breaking down that map alone, like I was fascinated. I was absolutely fascinated with how he pieced the map together. And another thing I found funny was there's the possibility that he drew that map by hand. He didn't use tools. He used his bare hands. Better than him using cat hands or dog hands, I guess. Bare hands are bigger. But he used his bare hands to draw that map, which I find absolutely remarkable. Right? Draw the map, draw the lines of parallel, draw the meridians, all that. And so he did it piece by piece. Now, Truth Troll, I appreciate you for sticking around and being patient with me. Actually, I appreciate all of you guys sticking around and being patient with me going over that map, right? Because I'm going to go over much of the map that we didn't cover and give it to you guys that way as well. Because there was a lot there, even though we got the outer perimeter, or what we think we completely got the outer perimeter, because I'm going to have to do that again and just go through it with a finer tooth comb and make sure that the spelling and everything else is right. Right. And if there are any discrepancies, I can give you a more revised version. Excuse me, which thank God I wrote everything down and I saved everything. And I saved both the translation and the translate, the pre-translated and then the post-translated version. You know what I'm saying? So I could give it to y'all that way. But yeah, I really appreciate y'all having the patience to ride it out with me. And we spent a month on just the outer. And we would go up each meridian, and then we'd kind of pick a few things that we thought looked interesting, and then we'd break that down. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to get those other parts that we missed out on, and then I'm going to I because I have to, people. I have to go through that, and I have to give it to you guys. Okay? I have to give that part of the map to you, and then we can have a better grasp as to what the hell's in front of us. You understand what I'm saying? And this will kind of buffer me up and prep me for what I can expect when I hit Cali in the future, you know. Totally interesting. Totally interesting. And this is something we were kind of discussing. His logo is like a sun. It looks like a yellow star. That's his logo. It's like Lucius Aurelius, I think. Lucius Aurelius, his channel. Awesome dude, awesome channel. I love it. And I kind of he has a huge following. I just kind of, he had a live stream the other day, and I kind of directed him towards this channel so he could catch the map live and in person. And so we were going back and forth, and I was like, there was a lot about the map that he was discussing with the viewers, but I was like, oh man, you missed this, you missed that. But then again, we spent a whole month on it. You know what I'm saying? And we were going through that map like hand over the map. So him spending like 20 minutes on it, I shouldn't fault him for that. But I was like, hey, you missed this. Hey, you should check out that. Hey, you should check out this. But like one of the things he didn't see was a unicorn or the alicorn up in and around Tartaria, right? Up in and around those, or by Siberia, and the griffins in Tartaria. And Urbano Monti saying, hey, griffins be hanging out right here, y'all. So you might want to watch it. Right? It was actually next to I think there, and then they had a set of griffins near Terra Incognita, if I recall. I don't know. It's all on the map. It's all on the map. No longer on the ball. What's going on, bro? Sketches, man. Before I say what's up to No Longer on the Ball, it's good to see you, man. Sketches. No longer on the ball, homie. It's good to see you, man. Oh, all right, man. I appreciate you, man. Much love, man. Much love, and congratulations on that True Earth Wiki, man. Thank you for that. Everybody, don't forget to make sure you take that True Earth Wiki, right? And then you save that to your bookmark joint, your bookmark function. You know what I'm saying? So you bet, man. Anytime. You're doing a lot of hard work. You are doing a lot of hard work on that website. So I'd say the least we could do is show up in there. That's the least we could do. But the crazy thing about no longer on the True Earth Wiki is the amount of information that's available to us over there. So you don't have to go piecemeal and go to all these different places trying to gather information. It's like a one-stop shop. And man, thank you for that. That thing is amazing. It's there for us. We should use these tools for sure, for sure. You know what I'm saying? For sure, for sure. And add on to it, if you know something is missing, he makes it possible for you to sign in and then add on to whatever could be missing in that True Earth Wiki. You know, animal skin worth checking out too. Sketches. What is the name of this map? What is the name of this map? What's the name of this map? I'd love to check it out. Made out of animal skin? Older articles fixed. Some of them are pretty embarrassing. We'll get it. Yeah, you got it. No longer all. You got it. Yeah, whatever I could do, man. I'll jump in and do a little bit of admin work, man. Get that thing up and running. Get it fixed. And where it's at. Tell me about this map. Oh, family. By the way, I just saw that movie Transformers 1. I know. I'm guilty. A space movie, but it's a cartoon for kids. It's actually a really good movie. I saw that, and I tell you what, old maps. Okay, guys, let's check this out real quick. But as I'm looking at this, so Transformers 1, saw that movie. It was absolutely phenomenal. Absolutely phenomenal. So here's this. Right here is called 10 minutes of old maps. Let's watch this thing break it down together. Let's look. Oh, before I do that, I got to share the screen, man. Rookie mistake. It is, y'all. All right, let's check this out. 10 minutes of old maps.
Just focus on one or a set of related maps. But in this video, we're going to look at some random old maps from the 16th to the 19th century that I just find interesting. Let's jump right in. Our first map here is a 1578 map of South America by Dutch cartographer Cornelis de Jode.
Wow.
It is the first map of South America to appear in a large commercial atlas. Some say that during this period, South America is shaped like a potato.
Wow.
Depicted here is Lake Titicaca. It's often called the highest navigable lake in the world. By volume of water and by surface area, it is the largest lake in South America, and today is shared. We'll come back to that in a minute. Several monsters are drawn on the map, which is common on 16th century maps. But my favorite features on this map are the bird's eye views of Cusco, the capital of the Inca Empire, and Tenochtitlan, the capital of the Aztec Empire. These were probably influenced by earlier depictions of the two cities. These were probably influenced by the capital of the Inca.
Did y'all see that? Y'all see Terra del Fuego. The Cruz de South Virgin de Fuego. Hold on.
Of Cusco, the capital of the...
There it is. So you see that? Y'all see that? Y'all see this down here? Terra Alta. So what the hell is this? Merides. Meridias? Terra del Fuego. Terra Alta. What is that? What is that? Y'all see that? So already, okay, I'm tired going to bed. I don't blame you, sis. I don't blame you. Oh, Ida Hill, I do not blame you. This one looks interesting as well. I'll check that one out. But wow, it's completely to the east of where it was in the 60s, just like now. Oh, see? It's Rothschild. I've seen it with Rothschild standing next to it. What? Seen it with next to it. I don't know the name of it's full size. What? Sweet dreams and restful sleep. Okay. All right, guys. Go down with the maps a little bit. One link at a. Let's be a. Oh, hold on. Phil Bell says, "Oh, of course, my fucking thing is gonna go. Obviously, there must be a proper flat Earth map that is used by airlines and shipping companies. Flat Earthers should ask airlines." Phil Bell, whether you're a professor or a wizard, whatever, I showed you the map of the air age. I showed it to you. All right. It's a huge book. I have it right there. I showed it to you already. Phil Bell, I showed it to you. It's right there. I showed it. I have it. It is a map of the air age that's already been used. They use it. That's what they use. It's a circle. It's a not a great circle, but it's a big old. It is a map by C.S. Hammond. That's what's used. It's not a flat earther map. This is a people's map. This is what the people use. Like I don't. What are you looking to achieve, Professor Phil? If you're actually a professor, what are you looking to achieve? I'm curious. The Tuna Panama Canal. Tuna Panama. Oh, that's strange. Hold on. Let's get back to that video, y'all.
The Inca Empire, and Tenochtitlan, the capital of the Aztec Empire. These were probably influenced by earlier depictions of the two cities, such as this 1572 view of both Cusco and Tenochtitlan. On Tenochtitlan, the author of this map wrote, "Mexico, or Tenochtitlan, is a rich and important city in New Spain in the Mexican provinces, lying in a saltwater lake. There are many heathen temples here, which their priests live in. The most important amongst them is a temple whose quite incredible magnificence is described in detail by Hernan Cortez. They make their heathen images out of flour or human blood, and every day sacrifice a large number of human hearts to them, which they cut out of the living bodies. A magnificent palace belonging to the most powerful lord, Montezuma, also stands here. In the image of Cusco, it shows the indigenous king being carried in his elevated town center. In the atlas this map came out of, the author wrote, "The capital of Peru in the south of the New World is Cusco, a city so large, powerful, and beautiful that it can easily rank alongside the most important cities in Spain and France. The streets are generally very straight and numerous crossroads, and a stream flows down most streets. A palace that lies on the steep hill and has no comparison to Europe." This 1610 map by Jodocus Hondius has a nearly identical inset of Cusco. That it shows Terra del Fuego, meaning land of fire. Ferdinand Magellan named this land after the many fires lit up by the local population when he sailed through the strait that would come to bear his name in 1520. But on this map, it's clear that it's supposed to belong to Terra Australis, a non-existent southern landmass. The Terra Australis theory already existed for nearly 2,000 years, and some believed Magellan sighting, but on this map, it's Tierra del Fuego, meaning land of fire. Ferdinand Magellan named this land after the many fires lit up by the local population when he sailed through the strait that would come to bear.
There goes again. It's Magellan Straits, the Straits of Magellan. But if we look at another map, right? If we look at a more recent map, we'll see that the Straits of Magellan looks like it's like fragmented, right? It's fragmented and not necessarily it's not connected because it's a strait, but it's closer to the rest of South America. And then you have the smaller islands underneath the Strait of Magellan, and then finally you have Drake's Passage, which is underneath. So it's almost as if Terra del Fuego, excuse me, Terra del Fuego is like it's not depicted correctly here. This is what throws me off with this map as well as Urbano Monte's map, because it looks the same. It does the same thing with Terra del Fuego. Let's continue.
His name in 1520. But on this map, it's clear that it's supposed to belong to Terra Australis, a non-existent southern landmass. The Terra Australis theory.
Educate. Okay, so I see you talking about education. What are you educating? Educate. I teach a concept that presents evidence underpinning whatever. Jehovah's daughter. It's based. What's based on evidence? I'd like to know, Professor Phil. Go ahead and teach us, since we're so stupid. Teach us, Professor Phil. Teach us how dumb we are, right? Show us how stupid we are and how smart you are. You're a professor. You get doctorates and shit. So, like, go ahead and make us stupid. Show us how dumb we are. The floor is yours. Show us how stupid we are and how smart you are, please. Please, because we're all here to be educated. Show us how this place turns, and how this place rotates, and how this place is. We want to see what this turn is all about. Like, so go ahead and show us, man. Go ahead and educate us, man. Get us this free lesson, unless we got to pay because you're a professor and you working at a university. So you teach using all these big fucking words. Go ahead and use these fucking words in lay terms and explain to us how stupid we are, please. By all means, like, the floor is yours, please. There's something wrong with us because, number one, we believe the earth it is composed a particular way, right? It's not even an opinion anymore. It's not matter of opinion. Okay? We use the evidence that we're presented like we're supposed to, right? We were given like everybody else, just like you, Professor Phil. We learned the same stuff you learned when you were in school. We didn't do anything special. We didn't go anyplace special. We learned the same. It's kind of like eating food. If you ate beans as a kid, Professor Phil, I can promise you I ate string beans too. Jehovah's daughter, Barbara, she ate string beans. Chris Getz ate string beans. Barbara Ida Hill ate string beans. Shannon Emerson ate string beans. Truth Troll ate string beans. We all ate string beans. If you ate steak, I'm pretty sure a lot of us ate steak too. So it's not like what you learned is something different from what we learned. Other than you going into higher education, that's something totally different. You got your master's, you became a professor. Okay, congratulations. What is it that you're going to teach us that's going to turn us over to what the ball is? Because I need you to remember, Professor Phil. You got to remember, we learned the same thing you learned. What you learned ain't some revolutionary shit. What is it that you're gonna teach us that's gonna show us that this place is a ball? You guys, you know what? I find it fascinating. The people of the globe, you had over 50 years. You had over 50 goddamn years. 50 years to send a motherfucker Earth here. You couldn't prove it. You couldn't properly do it. You couldn't fucking do anything. No, it's not why. Nobody could prove that we could go to the moon. You couldn't do it. This is why we're here, because the institutions that we seem to work are full of shit. They're liars. Okay? And the reason we became true earthers is because we've realized that this earth that's beneath our feet isn't what we once thought it was. Okay? We're not living in the time that we thought we were living in. This is why we're starting to figure out this old world shit. We've been lied to about everything. It's not like, listen, Professor Phil, newsflash, motherfucker, you've been lied to too. Surprise. We're not the only ones that were fooled. The only difference between us and you is that we're open to it. We understand we were fooled. We understand we were lied to. There's a difference. You know, a couple of years back, we just took a bunch of shots. And I'm going to get back to the moon thing, by the way. We took a bunch of shots. They lied to us about that. They find the time to come around and lie to us about everything. So we don't have time. We don't have time to figure out the previous lie. They lie to us about so much shit. We just realize that we're lied to about everything. That's what it is, right? So when we come out to you with evidence showing you, and we're not gonna fucking play this game all night. When we come out to you and show you that we didn't go to the moon 1,000,000 times over, what more do you need? That's just going to the moon. We're not even talking about the composition of this earth. We're just talking about getting to the moon that nobody could fucking go to. That for whatever reason, we can't land craft on it to look at the earth for 24 hours a day. That for whatever reason, the time when the moon is gone, guess what? It's gone from everybody's sight. Nobody can see the fucking moon. You can't see the moon in New York when it's a new moon. You can't see the moon in fucking Australia when it's a new moon. Nobody could see the moon because the moon is not what we think it is. Why is it like that? I don't have any fucking clue. But at least here's the thing. I can admit that I don't know. We can admit that we have the limits to our education. That's fine. As long as we know that, we look to find out what the truth is. We test what nature does. We test it. This is normal. This is normal for human beings. But we're not going to lie to each other about what the fuck we find. We're not going to do that. That's the difference between globe folks and true flat earthers. There's a difference. There is a difference. It's not why do I think. What do you mean? Why do you think we can't send their moon? There's nothing landing there. Nothing lands there. It's nothing. Listen, Professor Phil, if we could go to the moon, listen, we would have had a McDonald's on there. We would have had Starbucks on there, Jamba Juice. This is me joking, by the way. But in a sense, I'm not joking because the way Americans are, the way white people are, they have to have a McDonald's, a Jamba Juice, Burger King, Pizza Hut, every fucking where. That's just what the fuck we do. everywhere. And if you ain't got one of those, you have a fucking barbershop. No. Don't kick him out. Don't kick him out. Professor Phil, do his thing. But Phil, man, like, you're a professor. I think the problem with a lot of professors, I'm not saying all, because I'm not making a blanket statement, but I think a problem with a lot of you guys, because my brother's becoming a professor himself, is that you get so scoped and you get caught up in the fact that you've been taught something, or you had to do your small little research and your little education in your field. And a lot of you think that you've reached the mountaintop. I learned it all. I'm a professor now. And I'm like, no, you know a small portion of the shit that you learned. And who's to say that what you learned is actually the truth? I see all these astronomers, and I'm let's not call him stupid. I think what it is that he's like everybody else, man. He's indoctrinated. He's indoctrinated. You're indoctrinated just like we were, man. And you being a professor, I'm going to assume you're a little bit older than many of us. You're probably older than me. But what's frustrating is that you take our time. You take our time that we're spending here discussing this, and you treat it as if we're just wasting it. When it turns out that we fucking wasted time learning from you motherfuckers. We wasted years of our life, some of us, learning things that were an absolute fucking lie. An absolute lie. Learn years learning about galactic astronomy, how the Earth does this and the Earth does that. Meanwhile, the motherfucker doesn't do any of that shit. And so you trying to tell us this is where we went wrong, but now we've come into the truth. Do you know how frustrating that is? Okay, so yeah, you're 70. I figured as much. But Professor Phil, do you know how frustrating that is to realize that everything that you've been taught up to a certain point, and it probably gets to find out that the earth is actually flat and not a fucking ball. Yes, it's a relief, but at the same time, it's extremely frustrating because now you have to, it's like starting over. And you have to look at life with a new set of eyes, because what we were told was an obvious lie. It's not like oh wow, I think no, now we've come to realize what this place actually could be. And definitely what it's not. It's not turning, it don't move, and it don't curve. Okay? 70 years, you're 70 years old. I'm 45 years old. Half of my life I spent on the fucking water. Half of my life I spent flying. Well, a combination of flying, on the water, underwater. I spent it serving the country in the Navy, right? I'm not trying to brag about my Navy time being in the Navy, no, but it's the things that I got to experience, right? And that I took for granted because I experienced them. And it just never crossed my mind that I'd be able to see these things and see these things that I'm not supposed to see. I'm not supposed to see ships at certain distances. I'm not supposed to shoot or lock weapons and then strike another target at certain what this earth is supposed to be and what it's supposed to be doing. I'm not supposed to, but I do anyway, and I have anyway. It doesn't matter, right? But it does matter. Excuse me. It does matter, because if I didn't have those experiences, I'd be just like you, Professor Phil. I'd be just like you. And I'd think that I was in a group of idiots. Oh man, I got my degree. I didn't, meanwhile, I don't experience shit. All I do is read a bunch of fucking books and think I know everything. Not saying that I'm not saying, Professor Phil, that you have no experience. That's not what I'm saying. water. Okay, Professor Phil, come on. You've got to be honest. Brother, please, please, please. You got to be honest with yourself. Water always lies flat. Calm water lies flat. Professor Phil, please. I'm sure you're a good dude, a good husband, good brother, a father, a cousin, professor, all that shit. But you got to understand. You're you're not helping yourself. You're not. And I'm not trying to make tonight's show all about you, Professor Phil. That's not at all what I'm trying to do and to isolate you. But it's frustrating when we've seen the truth or we're starting to come into the truth. And the biggest part of that truth is we know that we've been lied to. And so when you come in here, it's almost disingenuous when you pose questions to us like that. Like, how do we know? It's like, are you kidding me? Because you're familiar. I've come across you before. You're like, how do we know? And we're like, dude, we've seen the experiments. I've gotten to do the experiments myself. Not even experiments, just the experiences. I've gotten to do them myself, and it's like I didn't even think about it. It didn't even cross my mind that it's actually flat. And here's another thing, Professor Phil. You come from a place where people aren't going to ridicule you because you have certain theories on things. Because you're a professor, you've gotten to a place where you're well respected. Well, be a normal layperson and say that the fucking Earth is flat. You with your ass, you've got professor in front of your name. So automatically people are going to defer to some kind of authority just based off of your name. Us, no matter how much evidence we present to you motherfuckers, no matter how much evidence we present to y'all, we're stupid. And the professors got it right. This is why Professor Dave, I think there's a problem with this dude calling himself Professor Dave, and nobody goes there and slaps the ever-loving shit out of his ass. At least but the willful ignorance, Professor Phil, bro, come on, man. Come on. And I don't like the fact that I'm calling you bro because you're my elder, but listen, and I'm not yelling at you. I am not yelling at you. Please don't think that I am, because I'm not. There's a passage. Hold on. Where's that passage in the Bible? There's a passage in the Bible that says how I'm supposed to talk with the elderly or with folks that are older than me, right? And basically, I'm not trying to twist it. You said the earth was flat, everything as we, yes. And we listen, Professor Phil, we presented all the evidence. We have. We've presented all the evidence. We have. You know what? You need to show me Professor Phil is rotating, and also show me some curvature. How about that? That's where it is, because we presented flatness. We've presented no movement. We have. What you need to do, Professor Phil, is you need to show us where it curves, and you need to show us where it moves. If you could show us those two things, I'll consider a ball earth. In the meantime, it's flatter than flat. It's flat. It's flat. Okay? Oh, Angela. Yeah, it's I don't know how, like, I could say it till I'm blue in the face, but you've asked for evidence. We oh my God, we've done a million. We make a joke about it now. It's become a running joke now, how the earth is a globe. And I almost feel bad for y'all. Because it's like we're at the party and you don't know what the hell you think we're idiots because we're at a party celebrating. but you guys are outside in the cold thinking it's cool. But I'm like, it's not cool, it's cold. And you guys are outside while we're outside warm, chilling, having a good time, getting knowledge, educating ourselves. And you guys are in the wrong side of the street. You guys are on the wrong side of the street. I don't know how else to tell you. And yeah, it's like when you look for something, they're like warm, 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 warmer, warmer. We're getting warmer and warmer, and you guys just keep getting colder and colder. Show me both. You have a fall faculty meeting to do. Thank you for the discussion. Hopefully next time you'll show you the I'm sure you'll attempt to show. I doubt that, Professor Phil. You're welcome, and thank you for being on here. It's always a pleasure having you. And I am Wilson. Thank you for being here. But yeah, no, not curving, not turning, homie. Sorry, it ain't doing either. And you're gonna have to show us. Oh, also, while you show us, make sure you get your 3 Bitcoin from Flat Earth Dave. Get your 3 Bitcoin while you're at it. Make sure you do that, please. If Professor make sure after you present to us this globe where it's turning and where it's curving, you go get your money from Flat Earth Dave. You go get your money from Flat Earth Dave. Peace, Professor Phil. Be safe. Have fun. Have fun in class. Yeah, he's not going to be able to present anything. It's I'll look. I'm going to look. I think it would be fair to look. I'm not going to do him like that. I'd be like, I'm going to look. He ain't going to find no curvature. Ay, ay, ay. Ay, ay, ay. It's funny. It's funny. It's like when somebody's a story about something that they did. Meanwhile, the thing that they claim that they did doesn't even. There's a joke. There's a joke in the Navy, right? Like when new people come onto the ship, you're like, hey, go get me some bulkhead remover, right? And then you send them on a freaking fool's errand to go look for bulkhead remover. And so I heard this one dude new to the ship. He was kind of not slow, but he was a liar, right? He's pretty stupid too. I'm not saying Professor Phil is, and I'm not calling him stupid. Not at all what I'm doing. But this guy, what he said was he was sitting over there bragging. He was like, "Yeah, man." He's like, "Oh yeah, bulkhead remover." He's like, "Yeah, I think pretty sure they sell that at Home Depot, but not sure. I know we had it at my old." I was like, "Bulkhead remover? Yeah, snipe hunting." Snipe hunting. That's another one. Snipe hunting. Yeah. He was like, yeah, so yeah, bulkhead removal. I know we used to have that. And I'm looking at him. So if you don't know, in the Navy, a bulkhead is the wall, right? It is the frame, not the frame, but yes, it's the wall of the ship. It's the wall in a ship. Any wall that you come across, you call it the bulkhead. So if you say, hey, get your ass against the bulkhead, get in an air chair, right? So you press your back up against the wall and you'd get in an air chair. Put your hands out. Air chair, bulkhead, right? And so he was talking about bulkhead removal. This is what this kind of reminds me of. Like where, oh yeah, I'm going to show you curvature and movement. I was like, Okay. Right? It's like you're looking for the bulkhead remover. You're never going to find it because it doesn't exist. It's not real. So when I saw that old man talking about ain't nobody go to no damn moon. Ain't nobody went to no damn moon. Ghetto got shot. Ghetto shot the president. You know what I'm saying? So it kind of reminds me of that. Like the old black dude, the former slave that was over there during the moon landing, where they were like, yeah, we landed the moon. He was like, y'all ain't land shit. You a damn liar. Y'all didn't land nothing nowhere. Even he saw it. Even he saw through that BS. Roger, what's going on, homie? Undoctrinated Ryan, what's happening, man? What's going on? So even he saw through that bullshit. So it's unfortunate that you're going to be that old in life, and then you're going to come around and then you're going to say, yeah, it's a ball. I'm like, man, motherfucker, please get your Bible, read it, okay? Confess your sins, okay, to the Most High. Read your Bible. Read your Bible and look at this evidence and make sure you read your Bible again. When I see old folks saying that it's a ball shit, like I feel bad for them. I'm like, man, you ain't got much time left on this earth. Nobody knows the hour or the day of when this might be my last day here. I'm praying to God that I'm good. I do my best. I eat my vitamins. I drink my water all the time. I'm taking care of myself. But I'm not guaranteed a long life. I do my best though, right? Nobody is. But if you can reach 70 years old and you still ain't figured that shit out, I'd say we're the lucky ones. I'd say we've gotten lucky. Us here that actually see this place for what it is, we've gotten lucky. And I thank God every day for that. I thank him every day. I think it gives us an opportunity, and it makes us appear as we have time, right? We know that there's a chance that there's something out there, and that we have the penchant to change, and there's an opportunity for us to gain and to do better, right? And to help the people next to us. On the globe, all those feelings are lost for the most part with people. Nobody feels that because it's a sense of despair that you feel, because that's what the globe gives you. There's a reason why they indoctrinated us into that bullshit, man. It's an absolute sense of despair where you think, well, we figured it all out. What next? We just sit here and suffer. That's what they leave us with. Meanwhile, there's much more to this place than we could ever know. There's much more light. This is why believing in this globe is so important, because if we don't have a God to turn to, we have a man to turn to. We have a man to turn to for an answer. And that's what they want. And they'll put one out after 4 years. They'll put another one in here after 4 years. This is why I say they don't have the fucking answers to our problem. We do. I'm certain of it. It's not them. Vote for me and I'll give you your fucking rights back. Vote for me and I'll let you fucking do this and do that. Vote for me and I'll let you fucking do all kinds of debauchery. I'll let you. Motherfucker, you don't let me do shit. I'm here. Like, I don't need you to tell me to fucking wake up and if I drop a deuce to wipe my ass. I don't fucking need you to tell me to do this shit. What's wrong with these people? And this is the problem. This is the problem. And it all stems from things like the globe, because there's no God when there's the globe. There is the globe, and then your next fucking you're the next person on that totem pole. There's the globe, and then there's whoever the leader is. There's your president. You listen to that motherfucker. You get rid of that globe, you get rid of that president. Useless. Totally fucking useless. I apologize, y'all. That was just a little bit. That was a little bit. I apologize for that. And you know, that's what they have. That's what they have. You know, it kind of reminds me of, there was a woman on Coffee with Jesus, Pastor Vincent Rhodes. I don't know if you watch his channel. Believe it or not, I watch his channel. I know I swear like a sailor, and I don't seem like I appreciate the good Lord and the Most High up above, but I do. And I do like watching Coffee with Jesus with Pastor Vincent Rose. And this lady came on and she was discussing how she beat cancer, right? And she got over it. You want to know how she got over it? She basically stopped taking the poison that they were giving her. Who's they? The hospitals, the doctors. They pay like some exorbitant amount of money to give her fucking poison and put it in her system. The globe is no fucking different. Learning about these lies, learning about where we are, learning about who we are, or what the fuck we come from. Bullshit. All lies. And it's poison. It's a form of poison. It may not be physically harming you, but it's mentally harming us. And exactly, Sean Alki, which is like alkaline, which is pretty crazy. Yes, chemo has a 97, and I just learned this. Chemo has a 97% failure rate. And so this is where people like that professor come from. This is their line of logic. This is their line of thinking. That shit right there. Here, take this poison that doesn't work fucking 7 out of 10 times, never fucking works. Or 97 out of 100 times, it never fucking works. Here you go, good luck. And here's the thing. Like, kind of like Shannon Doherty and many others like her. God rest her soul. God rest her soul. I'm not here to talk shit about her. But she just recently died of cancer, right? What did she have before she had cancer? She had breast cancer, right? I remember when she had breast cancer, right? And then when she had the breast cancer, it was like she got it and then she kind of took care of it and then it was in remission. I said, you want to know something? I know. I predicted what was going to happen because you see it all the time. They give you chemo after chemo after chemo after chemo. And then you know what happens? That shit goes in remission. And then after it fucking rounds up more troops, it comes back somewhere else and it's ready to kill you. So what was originally a small cancer that was easily, or not easily, but something that was manageable to where you could potentially get rid of it with the proper treatment. I'm a doctor, okay? But when you do that and then you fight it with more poison, you give it a few years to kind of lick its wounds. It comes back after lifting weights and exercising, doing the Rocky montage, and then it kills you. It finds another route. It finds something else to fucking hurt and harm and to spread, and then it gets in your bones, and then it kills you. Cancer does this shit all the fucking time, man. Fuck cancer. Sorry, let me go here for a second. So these fucking professionals, right? These quote unquote professionals, the guys that claim that they fucking know it all, this is how they do things. Let's poison you, and then we'll see what it does. Let's poison you. And then the thing is, they come out with poison all the time. They come out with new fucking poison all the time. Not one time of these motherfuckers saying, hey, yo, take your shoes off, walk around outside. Stop breathing this stuff in, stop smoking, whatever. Or they might say stop smoking. I'm pretty sure they do, or stop drinking alcohol, right? If you have cirrhosis of the liver or something, or some kind of fucking cancer that's ravaging you because of your drinking habit. Yeah, they won't tell you eat fucking sprouts. Start eating bean sprouts. You know why? Because in these foods that it's the foods, it's the plants, it's the herbs, the things that God provides that heal you. God, not the globe, not the fucking parasites all over this world. not us. God provides these things. God shows you how to make sprouts, right? And then you make those sprouts. You listen. These sprouts, they do something. How they work, why they work, I have no idea. Swearing by, do these work? Well, listen, they're from God's green earth. People are swearing by them, and it is an alternative to this fucking poison that they inject in you. That it'll probably give you a little bit, extend your life for a little bit, but ultimately this cancer's coming back with a fucking vengeance. And people like him, these doctors and all this stuff, we're looking for a cure. You know what? Even they have lost fucking credibility with me. Even they have. And damn, Angela, my condolences. My condolences. My condolences. I am not trying to put you on. My condolences, Angela. That's a tough thing. Losing anybody in your family to that. So it is tough to have to deal with and have to see it live and in person, but it makes you hate the medical industry to know that we have ways of keeping that thing away from our system, but they don't want to help us. And we've given them the authority to rule over us, to rule over our bodies for the most part. And I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Angela. Roger, you be safe, brother. It's good seeing you, man. Cancer is a fungus, thrives on sugar. Yes. And an acidic environment. Yes. Sean Alki, yes, you're absolutely right. And you got to alkalize. You have to turn your body into more of an alkaline environment. That's the easiest way. Easiest way to turn your body into an alkaline environment: water, lemons, ginger, basic foods, right? So the way, just plain and simple, easiest way for a and shout out to Roger Ledwell, y'all. Shout out to Roger. Let's make sure we sub and like and share his channel, Roger Ledwell. Everybody, make sure you do it now, right? But the body is like a petri dish. You take vinegar, you put it in there, right? Vinegar is the acid. You take baking soda, you mix it in with the vinegar, right? It'll freaking cause a chain reaction. But if one is on one freaking side of the pH scale and one is on the other side of the pH scale, you keep mixing them together until they kind of cancel each other out, till one of them becomes water. But the way our bodies are is that we're like that petri dish. If you put sugars and starches and things like that and nothing basic in your body's not going to achieve a balance. It's not going to achieve a proper pH above the pH scale, and that's where you want it. You want it more above 7, at 7 or above 7, where it's more basic like water, where it's neutral like water, or above, right? That's what you want. That's what you're striving for. You don't want it to be in the acidic range, because just like Sean Alki says, when it's like that, when it's in that acidic range, then you have the potential for your cancers, for disease to grow. That's right. You see, too. All right. Jehovah's daughter, Barbara knows. CBD put me in full remission, not the biological infusions they were giving me every month until I began CBD. Yep. There we go. We are frugivores. Frugivores. You need to tell me what that is. I researched holistic health for over a decade and have cured diseases, but nobody listens. They just trust. That's what it is, man. That white lab coat is powerful, Sean. Sean, I'm telling you, man, that white lab coat is powerful, bro. I've been distilling, hydrogenating all my water, the different tastes. Yes, 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 guys, I've been hydrogenating my water as well. And I've been drinking roughly like what? Almost 2 gallons a day, like a gallon and a half typically. I keep it at like a gallon and a quarter, right? Mm. That's what that is. That's my hydrogen, excuse me. That's my hydrogen water right there. The hydrogen machine. The one that, we did the show on. I got it right there. Every day, constantly drinking. Every single day. And that's right. Take your health. That's your health. It ain't no stupid doctor's health. It's going to sit there and lie to you and shit. One cigarette, ask another cigarette. What star sign are you? Cancer, of course. That's a good one. P.S. Roger Ledwell. Yep, there we go. Thank you, Barb. Thank you, Angela. Excuse me. Barbara Zord. I've been doing it for a month now, Chris, but I always healed to the extent I can be. I'm doing it as a preventative. So, yeah, 7.3 is optimal. Okay, that I did not know. Is optimal from my research. Okay. Okay. So, yeah, so I know, right? I'm not a nutritionist. I am not a doctor. Um I eat a lot of lemons. I eat a lot of limes. I could tell you when I was on submarines, after my deployments, I would get off the boat and then if I didn't have lemons, I would eat limes, right? So 2 weeks, 2 weeks, because I'm breathing recycled air. I'm breathing amine, right? The byproduct of the stuff that takes the air to make it recycled, right? I'm breathing that in and I'm eating food packed full of sodium. So every day I would eat a lemon, eat a whole 2 lemons every single day, or 2 limes, or one gums. Man, my gums hurt like a motherfucker, man. I ain't even gonna lie to you. My gums was hurting like a motherfucker. But it worked. And it cleaned me out. It cleaned my system out. And I was down in an ass ton of water at the same time. I was down in a lot of water. So this is interesting. If you inject baking soda into a tumor, it will be gone in 24 hours. That I did not know. I did not know that. That is crazy. Antibiotics cause cancer because they cause fungus to overgrow in the body. I, I didn't even know that. Chris Getz. Understandable. Thank you. Been thinking hard about it for a while. Yeah, man. I'm telling you, Chris Getz, that machine is phenomenal. I've been drinking that water every single day, and it's reduced. If I don't have like, all right, I drink coffee every day, right? I have like, I try to cut it down to one, but I drink usually 2 cups of coffee every day. That's my vice. So I have to cut that down, and I've been cutting it down. Sometimes I won't have any coffee, but I'll have my hydrogen water, and that will keep me. It's probably the hydrating factor of it, but I won't have my withdrawal headache because I didn't have a coffee. So it's like I could go without coffee if I feel like it and not have to worry about a headache. You know what I'm saying? So that in itself is amazing. Excuse me. That in itself is amazing. Another thing that I'm noticing is the amount of it's the amount of pep that I have when I'm working. So I'm drinking that and it's clearing me out. And I'm just maybe it's a placebo effect. I don't know. I don't know. I'm relatively healthy, I'm going for my doc's checkup here in a couple of weeks, so we'll know from him how healthy I am. I know I had bicep surgery not too long ago for a torn bicep. I tore my bicep during a lifting competition, so I've been, I guess you could say, supplementing my workout and everything else with my hydrogen water. I highly recommend that machine. Fruit eaters, anything with seeds we should eat, including the seed. That's another thing I heard, Angela Baby Carson. That's my mother told me about that. We have reverse osmosis hooked into the house. Distilled water with some lemon is super alkaline. Yes. Distilled water with lemon. This I heard. Yes. Now, how about water with a little bit of baking soda in it? How about that? I am restream the pitch data. The Brian's logic got that way people on my channel can see the D. Here's a link, Chris. I want to see if it works. Spending 400 on one. Here's the link. Yeah. Yeah. Hit up so Globe is beyond it. Yeah, it's dead. Think cigarettes are scapegoats for the pharmaceutical industry. Yeah. I'll be watching that soon, Raj. Yeah. Right now smoking mullein. Yes. Leaves. It heals, opens up the lungs. Yes, mullein leaves. Especially if you have mullein. If you could take drops of it as well. That is good for you. You could take the drops of mullein. I don't know where you find mullein leaves, but if you have like a bout with C19, that's phenomenal. Mullein is great. Yes. It's come down $35 since I bought mine. And they used marijuana back in the day to open up people's lungs so people could breathe better. Wow. That I did not know either. Stream is freezing up here and there. Oh man, hopefully it's not freezing up now, Angie. Keep eating lemons and limes, bro. Yeah. Lemons, limes, and ginger. Like those are like staples in my diet. Lemons, limes, ginger, garlic too. Lemons, limes, ginger, garlic. Lemon, lime, ginger, garlic. Like I put that in everything. You know. Yeah, man. Barbara, I feel you on that. These days I haven't been, if it's water, like I've got my remember in my little thermos joint right here, little thermos. Yeah, I put the hose in there, I hydrogenate it, and then leave it in there for like 5 minutes. And then boom, I down that thing. I kind of spoiling myself in that it's hydrogen water that I'm drinking every time I'm drinking. It's hydrogen water. An apple is more effective waking you up instead of coffee. Yeah, keeping you up. Yep, baking soda is good. Drink stomach acid. That's right, and the reflux as well too, huh? Oh, that makes sense. The penguins are getting me. Algorithm is too busy with the election, Sean. Now I know the time to get away with truth. Yep. I drink filtered water with baking soda, but yeah. Mulian. Yes, Mulian. Yeah. No. Angela Baby Carson. I knew what you meant. I knew what you meant. I knew exactly what you meant. As soon as I saw a moo, I knew what you meant. And what it does, I was like, yeah. So where do you live that you grow it like that? Because I'd be interested in growing it myself. I'll share the link. Give me a sec. Roger. I think both. Turmeric, yes. Turmeric is great. Turmeric with black pepper works perfect because turmeric, from what I've learned is that when you eat turmeric without the black pepper, it gets picked up by your liver and then it doesn't get properly distributed. Now, when you eat turmeric with the black pepper, the black pepper shuts off your liver, so then now the turmeric is being delivered directly to the rest of your bloodstream throughout your body. And I'm like, golly, I did not know that. That's why the black pepper was important. And I'm learning all this, and I'm like, this is crazy. Look my no hands. Oh boy. Control. It's on sale. Myself. Chris Getz. It's amazing how many people still spew. It's not for humans' consumption, even with the Nobel Prize for humans. Yeah. Your cayenne pepper. It's a miracle. I dry it myself. Yeah, man. Yeah. And now another thing also is the are the stools, right? Dropping deuces and shit. So when you take a shit, like that's probably one of the more important parts of the digestive process, other than obviously eating and getting it to be processed through your system. Now, taking a shit is very important because then you can also like diagnose, like, damn, are these shits healthy? Did it take a while to come out? Like, did it almost get stuck up my butthole? All kinds of stuff. So it's wild, but yeah, like pay attention to your stool. Look at you. I'm not saying to, stick your finger in there and like pick it up, take a look at it. I ain't saying all that, but pay attention to the type of stool that you got. Now, I know that things like, just if you feel like you might be a little bit slow, sluggish, and run down, like I said, I'm not a medical professional or nothing like that, but look into like black walnut. Look into things that could possibly remove parasites in your system. Um, I'm not going to say turpentine, but I'm not going to say I'm not saying turpentine, but okay. Obviously the stuff that you could put into your system. So beforehand, yeah, that's all I'm saying. So look at it. What's another one? Absinthe or wormwood, right? Taking wormwood, taking black water, these things are really good at getting, yes, cilantro, yes, and chlorella. Where are we at? Dandelion, burdock root. Okay. Dandelion's another good one. Yes, for your liver. I think it's dandelion, and also milk thistle is really no. I think dandelion is good for your gallbladder, if I'm not mistaken. And milk thistle is good for your liver. Very good for your liver. Cilantro, chlorella. Yep, for the heavy. Yes, that's another one I've never tried, but I've heard of. Yeah, cilantro and chlorella for the heavy metal detox. Yeah. Yeah, teas are very good. Have daily. Dandelion root. Yeah, yeah. Roasted dandelion's another one. That's right. Yep. Yep. Mm-hmm. This I have heard. Never tried those though. That's recipe golden milk. Yes. Several variations. Turmeric milk. Mm-hmm. Yes. Black walnut, wormwood for parasites. Yep. And all these things, I tell you what, just getting rid of the parasites alone help, right? Of course, it would be good to reset your body and to get the proper things and the enzymes and the proper parasites in there, just so you don't really feel fucking down. But yeah, getting rid of parasites is a big deal. Gut health is very important. That's a lot of your blood. This is where a lot of the blood takes place. The process of washing your muscles and your insides and your brain and getting oxygen here and there. A lot of that is done here, right? It's all in here. There's a lot of blood running through here. So your gut, definitely you want to clean that. Nice clean gut. They got busted playing late night shows. Host saying, "Cried to go back to erase all the posts." Indeed, Truth was happy to hear the FDA absolutely posted a lawsuit and are now required to go back, erase all the posts. Also, they got paying late night show hosts say that it was wow. Elderberry, yes, elderberry tea. Good Lord, that stinks. Nettle, yes, stinging nettle, yes. Yep. Yep. Okay. Oh, Shannon, you have a good night, sis. You have a good night. Oh man, I missed out on Shannon, huh? Sourdough, yes, 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 yes. That's a healthy bread to eat. Sourdough bread, that's right. Like to blame everything on bacteria, but it's mostly fungus and parasites. Kidneys. I'm almost 35 years old. Okay, yeah, no, nice, nice. I quit eating bread when it quit molding. Yeah, that's a really good point. Cod liver oil, yes. Blood-sucking parasites, yeah. Synagogue of Satan. Sadly, the social engineering they did fairly stuck with the people's minds, and cog this won't work. Yeah, man. And you know what's wild, man, is just like ticks and leeches. Yes, just like the scriptures say, man. All the medicine God put here. And it doesn't, did we finish the video on maps? Oh no. No, we didn't. But all the medicine God put here, it's here. And some of it may taste like crap, but it's medicine, man. It's medicine. God put everything here on this earth for us. Sure did. Sure did. All right, let's finish up that map, y'all. I'm over here talking all this map. Let's finish up that map. Jeez. Jeez, Louise. Hold on. Stop screen. Nope. Okay. Back to the map.
Already existed for nearly 2,000 years,
Yeah.
and some believed Magellan sightings of Terra del Fuego confirmed its existence. There is also what appears to be a native standing in southern South America. This is likely supposed to depict a giant, considering this image is similar to maps of the period where the man being a giant is clear. This again goes back to Ferdinand Magellan's voyage. One man on the voyage wrote, "One day we saw a naked greatly, and made signs with one finger raised upwards, believing that we had come from the sky. He was so tall that we reached only his waist." Other expeditions later reported similar sightings, and so the idea that giants lived in Patagonia lasted over 250 years. Our next map is a 61 map of the Virginia colony. I should point out that north is pointed to the right on this map, not the top, which is standard today. The John, a prominent member of the Royal Company of Virginia, claimed that the Pacific Ocean was only a 10 days march away. This map combines the discoveries of Sir Francis Drake, who landed near modern-day San Francisco, which was named New Albion, and the mapping of British claims on the East Coast that had been done up until that point. There is the Hudson River at about the 40th parallel that connects to a lake with a short portage to the Pacific Ocean, and it may even reach the ocean here. Just like this part of the North American continent isn't this narrow, this passage to the Pacific Ocean, of course, doesn't exist. This was a bit of wishful thinking by Farrer, as well as other Europeans. After the discovery of the Americas, every powerful country in Europe wanted to find a faster route to Asia through or around the continent and control it before others could. This wasn't the first time a false theory about reaching the Pacific had been drawn on old maps, and it wasn't the last. This map is covered in native plants and animals, though some of the sea monsters are questionable. Sea monsters are all over maps from the 15th through the 17th centuries. This 1539 map of the Nordic countries is one of the most famous for its monsters. Monsters were typically put on maps to decorate the blank parts, such as the oceans, but this map served to highlight these monsters. Some of these monsters were purely mythical, while others were distortions of real animals. Let's take a look at a few of them. The Ziphius. It had the head of an owl and the body similar to a whale. They would apparently go out of their way to bore holes in ships, sinking them. The Prister, which was also supposed to be a whale, but it could blow out so much water that it could sink a ship by flooding it. The Sea Unicorn, which was obviously supposed to be a narwhal. Here is another map famous for its monsters, which is largely based on the map just shown. It's of Iceland and was published in 1570 by Abraham.
What?
The Seahorse. The description on the back of this map states that it often causes great hurt and scare to fishermen. The Stackgull. The description states, the Dutch call it springall. It has been observed to stand for a whole day long upright on its tail. It derives its name from its leaping or skipping. It is a very dangerous enemy of seamen and fishermen, and greedily goes after human flesh. Here's one of my favorites, though I'm not sure how to pronounce it. It was said to be so large that it was like an island, and could overturn ships with its fins.
Jeez.
This one isn't a monster, but I thought it was still an interesting addition to the map. Huge and marvelous big heaps of ice, brought here by the tide from the frozen sea, making loud and terrible noises. Some pieces are often as big as 40 cubits. On some of these, white bears sit together, watching the innocent fish play about and exercise. I actually have a video where I go through every monster on this map that I made for members and Patreon patrons. This next map is one from my personal collection. It's from a 1624 atlas of the ancient world. The map shows the route of Abraham from Ur to Shechem, the wandering children of Israel, the pyramids of Egypt.
What?
There's also an inset of the known world showing the before-mentioned southern landmass Terra Australis. And beside the inset, tents of Tartars.
Tartary.
Around the outside of the map, written in Latin, is information on important places on the map. This map was again the work of Abraham Ortelius. Our next map is a 1738 map of London. It's titled, A View of London About the Year 1560. The map has a key identifying over 80 place names, such as churches, streets, and bridges. A bull and bear baiting pit is shown on the south bank. You can clearly see the Tower of London. But my favorite part is the Old London Bridge, when it had structures from one side of the Thames to the other. This is another map in my personal collection. It is a 1619 map by Gerardus Mercator of the Zeeland province in the Netherlands.
What?
This map depicts the war with the sea that the Netherlands has been fighting for centuries. Walcheren is still an island. Land reclamation has since turned it into the end of a peninsula. There are towns shown on this map, though they are under the water. Towns here were taken by the sea in 1530 by a flood that reportedly killed over 100,000 people. This next map is much newer, and another in my personal collection. It's a map of American bison. He sent this book and map to congressmen to persuade them to take action. Hornaday was a key player in preventing the bison from going extinct. Different symbols represent different periods of time and reasons for the extinction. The bison once reached further east than the Appalachian Mountains, and as far south as Mexico. But by the time this map was published, the bison only had a few isolated pockets of territory. This is a 1636 map. As usual, there's another impressive monster. Above that is the crucifixion of a Christian by the Japanese. The annotation describes how Christians were persecuted for their beliefs in Japan. To the left of it is, of course, Japan, and next to Japan is Korea. Though, interestingly, Korea is drawn as an island, not a peninsula, which we know it to exist as today. Our last map is what is often referred to as America's birth certificate. It was published by a German cartographer in 1507, and it was the first map to use the name America. The accuracy is pretty impressive. You can make out North and South America. Here is what we know today as Cuba, Jamaica, and the island of Hispaniola. And this appears to be Florida, which is interesting because Europeans did not officially make contact with Florida until 1513. The only known copy of this map was purchased by the United States Library of Congress in 2001 for $10 million. Thank you, raremaps.com, for giving me high-definition images and the history of many of the maps in this video. Also, if you haven't already, you can check out my other old map videos here. Shout out to all my Patreon and YouTube members for supporting the channel, and thank you all for watching.
I like that. I like that. I'm going to check those channels out. I am going to check those channels out. I think a lot of I think anytime I see those things, maps.com. Anytime I see those things, it just like reminds me that I gotta go. I gotta travel. I have to travel. I have to travel. I have to see a lot of these places for myself, right? Because there was a map called the Mappa Mundi, right? By which is like the world map, right? By Andreas Walsparger. And it was found by a monk in a book. So I'm not saying that I'm going to find any maps in a book anytime soon. Not saying that at all. But I'm saying that the more people we get out on these adventures, right? You go to a library, you go to a place, and you just look. You have to look and you have to read. Like, we have to do these things in order to start figuring some things out. Because we can't trust that it's going to come from the right people. So we definitely have to look, and we have to hold on to what it is we come across. I firmly believe that. Like, it's unfortunate. Like, age does not mean knowledge a lot of times, unfortunately. It doesn't necessarily mean wisdom either. So, yeah, I think that's sad when folks at that age just haven't seen the light, but people come into the truth when they're ready. When they're ready to accept it, people come into the truth. I firmly believe that. If they really want the truth, they'll come into it. If they really want, well, it ain't for them. But if the truth ain't for you, like, what are you doing here? What are you doing here? If it's not your thing, like, what are you doing? Yeah, I don't know, man. I don't know. I never, this system just never sat well with me. You know what I'm saying? It just, growing up doing all those astronomy, galactic astronomy, this one, that one, and just hearing the official narrative, like looking at it, it just never, like, I could, and I thought I was just a bad student. I would take that. I'm just not good at it. I would take that. I would accept that. But like when I did those courses, I was like, it ain't working. Like, how does that happen? It just never sat right with me. Now it makes sense why it doesn't sit right with me, because it's bullshit. Because it was just lies. How else do you put that? It was just a bunch of bullshit. They were just lying to us. They were just lying to us. They come up with bullshit and they expect us to fucking be happy about it. And they expect us to fucking want more bullshit and lies from them. But the thing is, they stack so many lies on top of lies that people are too busy trying to figure out what the hell they're having thrown at their feet. Meanwhile, you have a plethora of lies that you have to sort through, but you have the latest that's in front of you. You're like, well, this can't be a lie, or the thing previously can't be a lie because this is what's in front of me right now that they're giving me. Well, that's a lie too. You just don't know it yet because you haven't figured out that the other 50 things before that were lies. So it's lies stacked up on top of lies, and they're just playing these stories. And people just sit there and they're like, well, why would they lie? I'm like, you pathetic motherfucker. Like, all they've been doing is lying. Like, wake your dumb ass up. Shit. Golly, man. Wake up. All you got to do is just take some time and think about it. That's it. It's not even that hard. Just take some time. You know what I'm saying? People just make this so damn difficult. I don't know. I don't know. But family, man, it's almost 3 in the morning out this bitch. Fam, yo, it's been a while since we did a 2 in the morning joint. But man, yo, I have got to get to my ass to sleep because I got to be up in 4 hours. So, family, it was a good one tonight. It was a good one. Started off a little slow, but it was totally necessary. We had to talk about those things. And I appreciate y'all. Hey, again, if you hadn't done so, if you'd like the link, please get onto the team. Get in where you fit in for the Antikythera mechanism, okay? Get in where you fit in, the Antikythera mechanism. If you don't have that, I will provide right now, okay? Again, get in where you fit in, family. I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to drop that in the description box. Here it is. And it's on Telegram. So join. Okay. Y'all get in there and y'all join, family. Because it's amazing. The Antikythera mechanism is amazing. Yes, it is. So y'all get in, y'all join. You know what I'm saying? And don't be afraid to get in there. PJ stream in an hour. Oh, God. Y'all make sure to join PJ stream, y'all. Shoot. Yeah, PJ's going to get in there. Make sure to not only join, but also sub to his channel. So you're already up. Hell, go ahead and join PJ's, get in on PJ's joint, y'all. I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to pin that up. I'm going to pin the Antikythera joint right up there. Okay. So guys, you guys join. That's the Antikythera. We would love to have you. Get in there, get in there, get in there. And underneath that is PJ's stream. Y'all let PJ know that I said what's up. Give him my love. I said hi. My black ass is going to sleep, and I won't be up British time. You know, over there, he's having his tea and crumpets right now. And so he's over there enjoying some tea. You know what I'm saying? Get time to real get in it. Yeah. Social media, don't plan on it. Yeah. Yeah. So yeah. Get on in there. Get in where y'all fit in. We'll make the rest work. Well, family, that's all I got, man. I gotta be up in a couple hours, man. Shit. Well, I wish you guys, family, nothing but the best. Nothing but the best. Nothing but the best. Make sure that you guys are around for Friday. We're going to go ahead. We're going to have Flat Earth Friday. Hopefully, I'll get on with the Ghost of Judah tribe. If he's on, definitely I'll get on his. But if he's not, well, it's going to be Flat Earth Friday with me again, y'all. You know what I'm saying? But I don't want y'all to miss out. So definitely it's going to be Flat Earth Friday. Okay, family? Well, family, that's all I got, man. That's all I got. I wish y'all nothing but the best. Health, wealth, love, joy, prosperity. Most of all, wisdom. Don't forget Antikythera, PJ here in an hour, Roger Ledwell, everybody in the house. Thank you for coming. I love y'all. Wisdom, wisdom, wisdom. And with that, family, I love you. I'm out.